beat up Drevixlan, and then uh, Enlit, the kind of god that controls the border between the planes and particularly the astral plane, um, came and helped to ferry all of the multitude of souls off into the afterlife.
What is Bandit mythology? What's the name of the guy that runs the riverboat for the River Styx?
Aaron.
Aaron.
Yeah, it's
Riverboat Man.
Riverboat Man, Styx Boatman.
Young?
Yeah, he's kind
Are
of Charon.
on.
And then Daru got out safe and sound, and nothing bad happened.
Yeah, and then Naru went with you guys and got you guys to the exit, and then he died because he's a revenant and he had completed his mission.
Did he though?
Oh, he definitely did.
And yeah, and we kind of left off right there. Um, so, for the sake of, so I've been kind of muddling around with kind of what to do at this point, and I still don't know. I still haven't decided. So we're gonna jump ahead a little bit, um, to the future because, well, essentially, as you guys escape with Alana, uh, there's a bunch of post-war activities that go on. There's a lot of kind of politics and boring shit that doesn't really directly involve a lot of you guys. Uh, Ultimately, the Altus and the kind of Royal Guard of Velver do help to kind of clean up the city a little bit and tend to any of the injured, uh, and start to instate some new leadership in
Excellent.
particular.
Uh, how does that look? What are they planning on doing?
We'll get into the specifics of that
Okay,
in a
cool.
bit.
Cool.
This is kind of more over the immediate, like, couple of days.
Sure.
Just kind of post the events.
Right.
There's just a lot of cleanup stuff that you guys aren't really particularly involved in.
Legit.
You guys are able to kind of meet up with a lot of your companions. Um, Everyone seems to have made it out more or less alive. Several people are kind of badly injured and whatnot, but uh, otherwise, everyone is all right.
I assume we regroup at the Rickety Cricket, and we also try to help take wounded people there and help them there.
You do, and you are devastated to find that somebody has stolen your table.
Those bastards! How would they even
They
move
even
it?
did it.
How did they move it?
It was a group effort.
We did.
Probably took it
Eventually,
apart and then carried across planes like we did with the
We have
order.
competition, guys. These guys moved our entire table.
They do
so
that.
there's this devastating moment. Hello,
Oh, hi.
perfect timing.
We haven't missed much. We're figuring out what happened over the next day or two.
He's dead.
Oh, he's
again.
dead again.
He must have clicked on the Toad song. Oh hi.
There he is. Oh, hi.
Hello.
There.
The table's gone.
They stole the table from the Rickety Cricket. Somebody did.
Truly the worst tragedy this campaign has noted.
Definitely the most serious issue going on right now.
So, just real quick to catch up. Basically, I'm just kind of recapping what happens over the next couple days immediately after the war because it's a lot of boring stuff that doesn't directly involve you guys. It's just kind of a lot of cleanup by the Royal Guard and that sort of thing. Altus comes in and helps to start reinstating at least some temporary government until they can figure out what the fuck is going on over there. And you guys are able to kind of in a bit we'll decide how involved you guys want to be with that process and all that, because I know some of you do want to be involved. But until then, you guys immediately kind of gathered back up at the Rickety Cricket, found it intact, though it has been looted somewhat, and you do find the table missing. Though fortunately, about a week later or so, it does turn up again on the black market, and you guys are able to kind of hunt down the individuals who took it, which was essentially just a group of kind of petty thieves who had been looting things amongst some of the chaos.
I was going to say, stealing a bed and then putting it on the black market sounds like a level 1 adventuring party.
It's a very nice table, though.
It was a nice
The
and very
table.
expensive table, and they were aware of that, so they made an attempt.
I mean, it's basically exactly what we did with half the furniture we found too, so you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyways, because of things that are going on, in particular, because one of you fuckers has Wish now, we're gonna jump ahead in the timeline to figure out what happens in that region, because that's gonna have potentially big impacts on everything else that's going on.
Excellent.
So I think for the sake of getting it out of the way, Cricket, you have Wish now.
I sure do.
What do you do? What do you do?
Okay, so a lot of that depends on like what happens with Alana. She mentioned that this form might not last long. She mentioned that something might happen. Like what happens to her?
So Alana croaks, essentially,
My dog.
and then she does return to her clone.
Oh, thank
that-
God.
And there doesn't seem to be any ill effects that she is aware of.
Okay, so I have to assume that he doesn't like blow his wish immediately. He waits for a week or two to make sure that there's not some shenanigans, that Inlet doesn't come knocking at the door, or that like Savine comes knocking at the door looking for the Oracle again, or something like that.
Well, I found this guy wandering around.
But assuming that nothing weird comes up in that first week or two, I think what he's going to try to do is see if he can undo the price that Arby paid while he was trying to bring Cricket back. It's my understanding that it ended up not technically being a soul price. It was just something that happened as part of the rituals, and he's hoping that Wish can undo it. So he's going to try to use Wish for that.
So technically, it was to undo trying to bring Alana back.
Right. Okay. Right. Sorry, there's like 4 versions of what happened in my head. You
Right.
very sufficiently gaslit me. I congratulate you on
Sure
that.
did.
But either way, or what was that good?
Yes, life friends.
Oh, gotcha. But yes, either way, he wants to repay the favor, so he's going to see if he can fix Arby's eyes with Wish.
Okay. All right, give me the roll.
Okay, I'm gonna do a D100 because it's more fun. I'm assuming high is good, 33 and lower fails.
Sure.
Go. That's it.
Oh.
Inspiration.
I don't think I can inspire it.
Not with that attitude.
It's okay. I've been planning the entire campaign to immediately lose Wish.
It's true.
Anything else you want to do?
Before we get to that, I need to actually like double check the wording on Wish for a thing.
Sure.
For no particular reason.
Yeah. If this is something that could be fixed by an 8th level spell, I'll do it, but I assume that is not the case.
Soul doesn't sound fixable by level spells. Yeah.
Right. I just can't remember whether or not this was actually soul damage or not.
It was.
I assume it was, or Arby would have just fixed it himself. Oh yeah, chat. If anybody does come along, I know a few of you already know it, but it didn't come up. RV is blind. He's wearing a blindfold, and he has a little hawk that he carries around on his shoulder everywhere to be a seeing eye familiar.
I knew that shit from the prologue.
You did. You were basically the second to know.
Cricket, does like everyone in your family not have one of their senses? Because like you can't hear anything, or dad can't see anything. Can your other dad not like taste anything?
He can't. No, he's actually got incredible senses. I'm trying to think of what he's got wrong with them.
Okay.
He
I just
tastes
wanted to make sure I
fire.
didn't have to like go cut off my tongue or something.
No, and for what it's worth, this is a relatively new thing. I mentioned that when people come back, somebody has to pay a price, and when he was trying to bring Alana back, that was the price he paid. And it didn't work because of the whole zombie thing, but
Oh.
no refunds, I guess.
Magic's mean.
It certainly can be. No evil tools, but costly ones.
Yo, slightly off topic, but I believe my food was just delivered by it.
Ooh.
It's like Middle Eastern accent calls and he's like, I have your food. I'm like, okay, cool. Can you leave it on the step? And he says, as you command.
Oh.
And then just hangs up and drives off.
What?
Okay.
I ran down to see if it was a genie, but I couldn't get a look at him. He'd already left.
You missed out on your wishes,
I get
Biscuit.
2 more. Get back here. As you command, though. Who says that?
Right?
Someone with
Literally
fetish.
just happened, and I don't believe it.
Someone with fetishes, man. That or someone with a good sense of drama.
Okay. So I'm going to give you a slight mercy.
Ooh, okay.
Very slight mercy.
All right.
And I want you to understand how much this pains me, because you're very aware of how much I hate this spell.
I know. Trust me. I definitely know.
It has no effect,
Ooh.
and because it has not produced an effect, I will say that it does not get consumed.
I'm sorry. I'll keep practicing. I'll keep practicing. But I can still do it. That's odd.
This was a price that I was willing to pay, and now that you're both back, it's worth it.
Yeah, I just give him a big hug. And I will put Wish back on my list.
I'll give you a hug, and
Do I get any sense for whether it was just like the spell failed, or if there was something more that was blocking it, or is this just mercy because I rolled low?
I mean, it's mercy because it didn't do anything. It didn't produce an effect because this is just outside of the scope of any magic that
Legit. Yeah, that
a
makes sense.
mortal is capable of removing.
Yep. I dig it. But then, yeah, I assume that for at least a short time, he just spends like at least a week or 2 in Andalin if they don't have to go back to the war efforts, and just enjoys being a family for a short time. And everybody else is welcome to stay or go if they want.
Cool. Yeah, both Becker and RV do come home for quite a while. Now that Alana is there, they're both obviously overjoyed, and you guys spend a long time kind of regaling them with the accounts of the journey.
Excellent. I apologize for not telling them, but then I blame it 100% on Alana, because she told me not to. It was her fault.
She lies blatantly to their face that it was all your idea.
Hell Oh no! All right, I will pay for a zone of truth. We're getting to the bottom of this right now, and I will
They're gonna get in a
100.
fist fight.
I will 100% cast glibness before getting into that zone of truth, and I'm gonna make up just filthy lies the entire time.
Excellent.
And she was into girls. We know. We know that.
They've been that together for 5 minutes, and the claws are coming out.
Hell yeah, it's like good old times.
That's sibling.
So, well, you're off in Andalin. Why don't we jump around and see what everybody else kind of gets up to?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess essentially over the next like year and a half, you guys can kind of do whatever you want. It's kind of we'll try and jump around to everybody. So if you have, so just like burn through everything that somebody wants to do, but just kind of pick up whatever the most urgent thing that you want to do is, and yell at me, and we'll figure out what happens. Anyone at all. I don't care who.
Daru wakes up from his dream in the
Uh,
fields of Rasavir, next to Popoli. He'd been
you-
kicked in the head.
Now we
You
are free
do.
begins playing.
yeah, you don't wake up next to Popoli, but you do find yourself next to your mother and father.
Oh.
And there are many other individuals with you, including, most notably, it's not necessarily that I say most notably just because they take up the most of your vision. They're not necessarily the person that you're most excited to see, but you do see a particularly large woman, probably kind of 20 foot tall, laying at her side, a very large chest, um, and she looks like what was her name? The lady in Anor Londo in Dark Souls.
Yeah, that lady.
Gwendolyn.
Yeah, Gwendolyn.
No, wait, that's the twink. Guinevere.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought
Gwyn
this was the
something.
Resident Evil lady.
No, she's much nicer than the Resident Evil lady, and much larger too. But yeah, she is laying there, kind of beyond everybody else, though, because of her kind of immense size, she takes up a lot of room. But otherwise, you see a bunch of people from Rasavir who are have crowded around you and welcome you.
Thank you. Sorry it took me so long. Dur really doesn't know what to say, so he's just gonna immediately hug his parents. He's probably like ugly crying.
They both hug you back. It's okay. We've missed you. Welcome home.
Of course, I missed you too. Is Linnea here?
Kind of looks aside. Yeah. We have not seen her yet, no. But perhaps she is around somewhere. Was delayed for some reason. Oracle duties, perhaps?
Yes, she was very important.
They were both very important.
Oh shucks. Who's that? Like, kind of motion over to the very large woman.
don't recognize me.
Do I not? Should I roll a history?
You can roll a religion check.
Is this Savine?
Sabine's a hot lady.
Is Savine just a big mommy milker instead of a Eastern dragon?
No. Good God.
I don't know where I heard that phrase from, but it's been ingrained into
That
the
was-
shitpost part of my head.
This is the worst thing you have ever said. Boy, you can give me a religion check at disadvantage for that one.
I don't know why I did Arcana.
Is it the same thing?
Probably.
You know what you're
Yeah,
to?
yeah, it is. It is.
Fucked either way. Yeah, you don't
Sorry
recognize
for saying that on stream.
you don't recognize them immediately. However, she does introduce herself. I am Fiara, the Light Mother.
Hello.
Yes, I know that your parting was difficult, but please enjoy paradise to your heart's content. This is the best I can do for you as the final cleric of Savine.
Thank you. It is very, very nice, and probably more than a cleric of my stature deserves. I mean, I only had 2 levels.
That it's what's inside that is most important. You were devout to the very end, and I felt that that should be rewarded.
Take a bow and thank her again.
Of course. I'm afraid I must be off, but please be well. You're safe here.
Before you go, if I may ask but one question,
Of course.
are they safe out there?
I believe so. If you wish. I'm sorry, I must be off, but I'll be back shortly.
Siemens.
Take your time.
She hits up, and there's kind of a radiant, kind of engulfing of light of her, and then she kind of vanishes.
Yara.
Who is next?
I can go next.
All right, Thackeray. What do you-
How long do we have?
Up to a year and a half.
Oh.
So,
Shit.
Sure. So
so just kind of pick whatever the immediate thing is, and then we'll kind of jump around to people.
Okay. Cool.
So you can do. You'll be able
The
to do
immediate
multiple things. We're
Yeah.
just
and then later on we bring in the
Yeah.
rest of the things we do in the year.
yeah,
So
just do whatever
most-
your first thing is.
yeah, the most immediate thing I think Thack does is start collecting his family wherever they've been displaced or moved around,
Right.
and try and make it back to um Ash and see what the damages are.
All right. It takes a little while, probably a couple of weeks, just to can get over to your family. I mean, getting over there isn't difficult for you because you can teleport. Um, but for the sake of like transporting everybody and making sure that everybody is transported with all of their stuff and with supplies to kind of rebuild and that sort of thing, it takes a little bit of time, especially since there are still some little skirmishes here and there as things kind of settle down. But you do kind of collect your family, and when you or when you head over there, you also are able to be joined by Frex, who does bring back all of the remaining crops that he borrowed for his own needs. Um, and although they are currently living now, so they can't uh, you can't really unanimate them. Uh,
Fair.
but he does kind of help with the rebuilding effort. Um, in particular, he is a surprisingly apt gardener and farmer, uh, and he kind of uh, obviously a lot of your family is, even though the one they're fairly comfortable around kind of the weird outcasts of society. Frax is like particularly weird, and so they're a little uncomfortable with him for a little while, but he proves very helpful and does help kind of rebuild a ton of the farm, helps kind of get everything replanted, and yeah, the thanks to him, a lot of the process goes very quickly, um, largely because he just has access to a lot of plants left over that are animated and willing to help.
They just put down a bunch of seeds from them, and it's fine.
Yeah, it's kind of this like weird Fantasia moment with all the animated brooms, except it's all stalks of corn.
The image I had is the orgy scene from Matrix 2, except it's plants.
Geez, Seed, what?
What?
There's an orgy scene in Matrix 2. I
There's
feel like I
definitely
don't
an orgy
remember.
scene.
I don't remember Matrix
There definitely
2.
is. It's real
No.
awkward, and it would be much more awkward if it was all plants, which is naturally where my mind went.
I need to. The only thing I remember is the scene where all the Smiths swarm Neo. That's it. It's badly CG'd. You
That
know,
was Matrix.
that was
I
sweet.
don't want all the plants to swarm me.
Yeah, I just Frack just he's in good terms with Frax kinda. He doesn't hate him. He knows like what he did, why he did it. He's more worried about how Frax feels right now. He asks, how are you doing, Frax?
Rex is occupying their time.
You I don't know how to ask this, so I'll just say it out loud. Sorry. Do you have any idea what we're gonna do with Gilly? Restore him, maybe? Give him time to get better?
Gilly did not survive.
I'm very sorry.
Is he down here in paradise with?
Definitely not.
Okay.
Yes. Frex suspects that when the other souls were released, the power that was sustaining Gilly was released as well.
Would you
It inevitable, but the mercy you provided was appreciated.
nods? I'm still sorry you lost a friend. If it's any consolation, I think this is a good place for you to start again. You're welcome here. My family, they're getting used to you. And, You're doing good work here. I can't plan everything on my own. It's good to be busy.
Rex does enjoy farming
Me too, Frax.
and being busy. If it would not be a trouble, Rex would be happy to remain and help.
Of course. There's always gardening to be done around here. Maybe sometime you can be one of the weeds too. Oh my gosh, was that a pun? I'm
Weed.
so
Weeds are not good for gardening.
no, we aren't, but they are everywhere. These weeds are okay. His gestures at the farmhouse.
He doesn't seem to like catch on.
He has to explain it as awkward. He's really bad at telling jokes.
It takes an unnecessary amount of time to explain this joke to Frax.
Zach has to like get his hands out of the dirt and start using gestures.
No, you don't understand. Like, our last name is Weeds. It's a joke.
My name is Zachary G. Weeds. My family name is Weeds. That's why I'm not real weeds, actual weeds. See, a lot of them are pretty low at, so we keep them around. Back of the house, maybe near the creek.
Frax likes dandelions.
Me too. They make me sneeze a little. So I think he spends a lot of the time just farming and kind of getting out the whole we're at war mindset. He gets the artifact back to Master Keenan, like you promised.
All right. We will definitely jump to that. And, uh, before that, who wants to go next?
Okay. Wait, where'd my tab go? 1 second. I guess I don't really need the tab open, but I want it open. Okay, I'm gonna go see what's happening with Dad. If he's still polymorph poisoned or what we're gonna do about that.
Yeah, you go and you get back to the temple. It's probably basically the first thing Simmons does, I'm sure. And you do it. Uh, it takes a little while, probably about 10 days or so. But over the course of about 10 days, the kind of strange mutations that he had suffered do start to recede. And after 10 days, they are completely gone, and he appears completely normal.
Well, cool. Yay. You owe me so much, Dad. Just so you know.
I-
I'm kidding.
Me
I'm just
too.
glad you're back. Hello.
He gives you a very, very long and big hug.
Oh, validation.
Oh, you haven't told your mother about this, have you?
No,
Good. What does she think happened?
I don't know. I was really, really vague about it.
I'm going to have to come up with a convincing story.
You got trapped in a mine, and I had to get you out. No, that doesn't sound very good. Hmm.
What if I was kidnapped by bandits?
Okay, that works.
Well, saving orphans from a fire.
So that's pushing it a little bit. How about you were like saving puppies from a fire?
That works. I'm okay with that.
She likes dogs anyway. Also, there's more dogs.
More dogs?
Yeah. I think she kind of went a little I know that was the ice lady. Anyway, there's like 3 dogs or 4 dogs.
4 dogs.
Yeah.
Simmons, can you count to 4 for me?
Dad,
Wow.
I have that many fingers. I could do that before.
I just
1,
wanted
2,
to,
3, 4.
okay, I just wanted, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be so insensitive. It's just that I know that uh, sometimes you think something is one number, but it's actually like a much bigger number. Um, and I was concerned that
Okay.
your mother had bought a dozen dogs.
It might be that much. I don't remember. It's been a long time. Like 2 dogs is too many dogs, so any number higher than 2 just kind of registers as too many. But I think it was 4.
Well, hopefully it's no more than that, and maybe some of the neighbors are lonely.
Yeah. I know Thackeray won't need the dog. Wait, no, his dog came back. I think. Oh, you don't know Thackeray either.
I know Thackeray
Do you
somewhat.
remember? Okay. I didn't know what you needed. Or what you remembered and what was like lost to your mutation.
Things got a little hazy, but I remember your companions.
Do you remember the part where you bargained half of my soul to the fairy king dragon man?
I I do, and I was hoping you had forgotten.
No. No, I went and found out the other there's another me, by the way, and he has this gross little rat tail and I want to cut it off. Not like an actual rat tail like his hair. If he had a real rat tail, then like there'd be some rat people in the mix, and we
Like
haven't dealt with
Anakin.
any rat people. Yeah, like that one, Anakin.
That's not a good look for you. I wouldn't.
No, no, it's terrible. It's like it's like a nightmare where you're wearing really, really bad clothes and you can't take them off. Only it's someone else who looks like you and he refuses to look good. But anyway, I'm glad you're back. Let's go deal with mom and her dogs and Forrest and his girlfriend, kind of. And yeah,
He has a girlfriend.
kind of. They've had to deal with raising a child, but it wasn't their child. It was my
Brief moment of panic crosses his face.
no. It was my friend Iskar's baby, and apparently it cried a lot. So I'm not sure if they're ever gonna have babies because they had to deal with the baby part.
Do you remember hearing crying?
Yeah.
Well, I guess there's no point in us putting it off any longer. Let's go say hello to your mother again.
No, you miss her, you weirdo. Unless you want a divorce. Like, if you want a divorce, just tell her.
Of course, I miss your mother. It's just it's been a long time, and I don't know how to feel.
You don't know how to process emotions. I know, Dad. It's okay. You hugged me, so that's an improvement. I'm
I thought
sorry, I shouldn't be so sassy right after you get back. Just a lot
no,
of things happened, and I guess I'm projecting.
it's very deserved. I put you through far more than you deserve, and I don't give you nearly enough credit.
Because you don't think I can count the 4.
In my defense, you used to not be able to, and you also are talking much better than you used to, and
That's true. Yeah. Practice makes perfect.
you've changed a lot, and I've missed a lot of it.
we have time for you to get used to it. And I'll get used to you being normal again, which is good.
Gives you another hug.
Iskar. You only cry for a few days and then they get a job. I don't think that's how it works, but yay hug. Yay daddy issues.
Yay, lots of crying.
Yay crying.
I left that
Simmons,
part out, but it's definitely there.
So you head back to Elber, and who's next?
Cole doesn't have a lot to do. He's gonna spend a couple of days just kind of in a daze. And then kind of schlep back to Elber. Yeah, I don't know. Like probably immediately after the fight, once he makes sure that everybody has got their shit together, he's just gonna kind of skip the celebrations and just head on back.
Yeah. Yeah, cool. You're able to kind of sneak back to Elber and kind of just disappear for a little bit. People definitely come looking for you, and kind of start asking around, but you're pretty good at just avoiding people for a little while. Just take some time, process, probably drink a little too much.
Yeah, once he gets back in, he's just gonna kind of throw himself into work. I mean, he did make a dedication to Elber, so he's gonna try to work as much as he can with any kind of technological stuff. Like as far as like airships and everything, it's been an interest for him. See if he can't kind of push that along. I think eventually he's gonna go back to Rush Valley for a little bit, and just kind of wander a little bit. Not abandon his post necessarily, but he's probably gonna run out of stuff to do.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely able to kind of help out, particularly around the castle, doing and with Castamere specifically trying to just advance the kind of airship technology and start improving that a bit, and it becomes a good focus for a time, and eventually the planning phase kind of passes and it turns into a lot of just factory work and is eventually kind of handled by other individuals who are better suited to just be basically just grinding out like repeated, like, yeah, just doing factory work essentially, which I don't think is Cole's.
Yeah, not so much. Individual smithing, sure, but
Yeah.
like on the factory line, not so much.
It's making the same gear 50 times every day.
Yeah.
Hard pass.
Yeah. After that, I think he'll probably just get a little too pent up at Elber. There's a lot of memories there and a lot of things that he's kind of tired of. So I think he's just probably gonna go radio silent in Rush Valley somewhere.
It's around
Okay, bye.
by this point, Rush Valley has started to kind of recover. There's still like heavy damages that are still being kind of repaired and rebuilt, but the beginnings of a new government system is being put in place. The guild has been all but abolished. And there's a decent amount of tension remaining, especially with several of the various kind of previous mob races kind of moving in, and so there's decent tension there. But things are being maintained, pieces being upheld with thanks to a lot of the kind of Elber Guard as well as a lot of the soldiers and such from the various armies from your factions.
Could how much time would have passed at this point?
Probably would be several months.
I imagine that because of how smoothly things are going at the farm, with all the plants doing most of the work, it becomes kind of too little of for Thak. And there's an incident during maybe like a reunion or a get together or a celebration where someone touches the back of his shoulder and he instinctively almost punches their head off, realizing that this entire adventure has made him a little too jumpy and has honed his reflexes to the point where he always thinks he's in danger. He goes somewhere. Oh no, shit, yeah.
I was gonna say we still have a couple of people to get through.
Yeah, no, it's cool. I
Sorry,
didn't really have
we're
much
moving.
else.
I thought that was a good jump to something related to meeting
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, because he goes to Rush Valley after that incident, to find some more busy work to do. I don't know if he meets Cole there, 'cause he's radio silent.
We will definitely jump to what you guys meeting up and stuff in a bit.
Sure.
But till then, Iskar and Tough, what do you guys do?
Tough would be ecstatic and happy to see that Alana made it. Going to catch up with her. He's gonna go back to Reptar and the orphanage. And since he has a lot of time to think about what he wants to do, he has thought about it a lot, and he wants to try and make it happen. Of like, there has to be like some sort of magical item or magical means of creating like this little like arena
Hell yes.
where he could go around and have like a traveling arena where like people could participate, and he'd throw up like a grand prize of like the money that he's accrued over adventuring. Maybe even have some concession stands. He makes some like some like corn based like food. And he like invites people to like cook local cuisine wherever he travels to, try to make some money there. And maybe even some like chefs travel with them if they want to, just to basically try and inspire people, like Reptar did to him, to either follow their passions, like fighting, be it fighting, cooking.
Yeah, it's super doable. And in fact, Junior willing and able to help essentially create sort of a Daren's instant fortress, except it's a Daren's instant arena,
Hell
which
yes.
essentially just you throw out and it creates a small but serviceable little arena with some stands, and begin to travel around to various towns and cities and start holding these little tournaments. And in fact, over the course of this, I assume that uh, is I would assume, but tell me if I'm wrong, that Tough isn't content. Rumors of this traveling arena. Does Tough have a name for it, or just some traveling arena?
Um, shoot, what would it be? I gotta try and think on that. I haven't got that far ahead.
I know you're really fucked up on COVID shot, so
Yeah, I'm still a little loopy.
Uh, something with beef in it. Beef. Tough guys traveling beef house.
The rough and tough.
Rough and tough.
Rough and Tough is really good.
That is
Oh,
really
oh,
good.
can I? Okay, I do like the rough and tough because it includes his name, but can we call it the rough and tumbleweed because it's like a traveling thing? I know
Yeah.
this is also totally like entirely your thing. I'm just pitching names because I'm dead and I have nothing better to do.
Nah.
We'll get back to you in a second.
I know,
Prob-
just see.
Just have your time with your dead family for a minute.
Yeah, Drew is obviously probably very much enjoying catching up with friends and family that he hasn't seen in hundreds of years.
So yeah, the Rough and Tough starts taking
The
the
meat.
meat bit's really good too. But yeah, you're able to take this kind of traveling arena off to very distant lands, and Tough's able to really see a lot of interesting sights. And over that, imagine over the course of this journey, it's kind of when Tough begins to level up and eventually learns his new ability.
Ooh.
Hell yeah.
Right, I'm in the same boat, Cole. Like, I keep hearing everybody else's stuff. I'm like, oh, I want to be part of that.
Yeah, honestly, if we could back up a second, like if Cole gets wind that he can hang out with his brother and then do nothing but like fight people in an arena.
Yeah, I think that there's a point, and we'll get to this in a little bit after we. Yeah, we'll get to it. I promise.
Okay.
I think there's a good connecting thread here.
Way better than depression.
But before that, we have one more person to catch up with, Iskar. I'm pretty sure Iskar has several plans. that
Yes, and I've created a bulleted, pointed, ordered 4-point list
excellent.
in the form of skill checks. Step 1 is to put half of my money in a fund accessible by all the egg bolts. I haven't found them all yet, but
Sure.
when I do find them, they'll go on the list. Step 2, build a sick house for boots. I rolled a nat 20 on that. It better be sick as fuck.
So actually,
Talking scratching posts.
this is actually the perfect opportunity for me to introduce your thing,
Okay, cool.
because you know what, with a natural 20 built house from Boots.
Hell yeah.
Real.
Boots would have to be delighted by this.
Oh my god, his Boots leveling up.
I hope so.
He's a level 20 fighter now.
I hope he becomes a sentient anthropomorphic being and also is kind of sexy.
Which, well, careful what you wish for.
Oh no.
Oh,
What do you mean? Oh no.
What
Does
what
Boots
do
get
you
away?
mean? What do you mean? Oh no.
So, yeah, Iskar, you spend some time and build Boots a phenomenal house, and spend a lot of time kind of training and working with Boots. And over the course of that, your Gloomstalker prowess kind of amplifies a little bit, and your bond with Boots increases, and you get that.
Ooh. I'm so excited.
He like turns into a dragon,
Oh shit.
like a small dragon,
Oh shit.
but not small size category, large size category, but small for dragon.
Right.
Would you say like dragon-ish, like almost like a pseudo dragon?
Like dragon-esque.
Would it be like a small dragon the size of a large dragon?
No, a large dragon. Which is a small for a dragon.
Okay, a large dragon the size of a small dragon.
You can choose what he actually looks like in this form. It's just he has those stats.
Sweet. He is tougher than me.
Hell yeah.
I love Boots. I hope he loves his new house.
He does. He's delighted by it. Honestly,
And
it becomes kind of difficult to get him to leave.
yeah. Well, now that he has better stats than me, he can build me a sweet house, and then I'll level up.
True, that's how this works.
That's how you reach the D&D singularity.
It's like that stupid meme from like forever ago where like you just lift each other up over and over and you can just fly. But you just keep building each other houses and getting more powerful.
So speaking of getting more powerful, what's step 3 on this 4-step plan?
Oh, establish the new Kobold tribe in Rush Valley. Superbolds don't have a tribe. There's a lot of kobolds in Rush Valley. There are a lot of exiled kobolds and like kobolds running around on the surface where they go crazy. We need to collect them all together and work together.
There are a lot of kobolds in Rush Valley, and you are able to establish a very good little. It starts out small, but pretty quickly expands into a decent-sized tribe within Rush Valley. You kind of, now that you have the Rickety Cricket back, you're able to access your tunnels again, and with the Gutterhorn help, they are able to kind of help out with a lot of the kind of reconstruction efforts, particularly some of the damages that were done to kind of subterranean areas. And additionally, you guys are able to take advantage of a lot of the otherwise would have been condemned areas of the city that are underground, in particular the asylum, which you guys are able to gut completely and kind of turn into a very nice like base of operations for yourself.
Ooh.
Excellent. In the process of that, the vault will be crafted using a demi for ultimate security.
Perfect.
I also craft an elaborate puzzle, which the solving of which would give you the key to the demi-plane, so that you could always get there, but you have to solve it.
Hell yeah.
In case I like die or something.
No, I
don't
get
wanna
it. Yeah, I'm a true believer in the semi-anonymous access puzzle.
What?
Crap. Oh yeah. Point number 5. Establish legal rights for kobolds. We don't need papers. We're talking civil disobedience. We're gonna strike as soon as our numbers are big enough.
This is definitely in Cricket's midterm plan too, so he will be there.
Yeah. I think most of you are all going to be a part of that. But the mob system does get abolished, and it does. Obviously, it's not something that like everybody just accepts it completely immediately, but at least on a legal level and to some degree a social level, it starts to get pushed and kind of thrown into the cultural norm here within Rush Valley, at least.
I started a culture of all the kobolds wearing wide-brimmed hats and never looking up. So if you want to talk to a kobold, you got to come down. You got to show us respect to see eye to eye.
Just wear stilts.
No, we shouldn't have to do anything. You come down to us.
There's some disputes on the legality of that.
Of wearing hats?
Making
For-
people
Making everybody else break their necks. However, one thing that does happen after this is a little later, but we'll jump to it quickly because it's kind of a short thing. But you do eventually find that Ish does have a little egg bold that joins.
All right.
Also, Mog and Mog have become very skilled wet nurses and have been
Excellent.
doing very well helping with eggnog.
Put all the eggs in the little egg chamber. We'll have a little nursery chamber, and then we'll have like a little like a ritual chamber. We'll have little houses. It's gonna be amazing.
Excellent. But yeah. Before we jump back to everybody meeting up at Tufts Arena, Cricket,
Yes,
you still have Wish.
I do. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I get the sense that like this is not a thing I can retry. It's just never gonna work, right? The thing with Arby specifically.
Yes.
Okay. Would he do it on himself, or would he wait?
Yeah, it feels like it's something that is outside of your technical scope.
Right. Okay. There is one more thing that he wants to do with it, but I think that he would save it. I don't think he would use it right away. There are potentially other things that he would want to use it for, including some things he would need to talk to Cole about. However, what he does definitely do is before he leaves, he creates a new simulacrum, and he also creates a new clone for himself. I will deduct gold for myself, and he will make it known to the rest of his family that if they want fresh clones, he can do it. He doesn't have the money for everyone, but, you know, he assumes they probably do.
Pass.
Or go ahead.
All right. Yeah, I guess if that's it for your Wish stuff, let's jump to everybody getting back together for a bit of a rough and tough time.
It's probably easy for everyone to find like Zach the first time because he literally gets on the Titan and helps move away debris.
Right.
So several months kind of go by, and eventually you guys, several of you all have gotten wind of this this weird traveling fighting arena run by a Minotaur who is surrounded by ghosts. It's kind of made its name known, and you find that it is going to be in a particular area that you are all able to reach. And those of you who would be interested in joining are able to kind of meet up at the Rough and Tough. At this point, it's been about probably 4 months.
I'm there.
I assume Cricket's probably already there, although he's been teleporting back and forth to stay with Thack and everybody in Severia too. After that first week or two of staying with his family. He's helping here too.
Right.
Is nobody else hanging out in Rush Valley? Is it just
No, Cricket definitely comes back. He's helping with the civil rights. He's
Fuck, I
helping-
said that, yeah.
Yeah, like we definitely all are.
And by hang out, I mean like intentionally avoiding you.
To
It's-
the very best that you. Oh wait, avoiding Iskar specifically, right?
well, no, like he just doesn't want
Oh, well,
anything to do with y'all at the moment.
but good fucking luck. Cricket is a consistent thorn in your side the entire time. He's got a good read. He knows when he's being annoying and he tries to let up, but he is insistent on, like, you can do whatever you want. You're my friend. I'm not going to try to force anything on you, but I will not let you be alone. That's the one place I won't let you go.
I'll just cast Dream on you and just stare at you every night.
If it gets like a lot, he's legitimately gonna look into ways to like block this shit. He needs some fucking space.
Right.
So like if y'all aren't listening to that, he's gonna have some major issues there.
Okay.
But he is gonna, multiple times explain, he's not alone. He's just in Rush Valley and is doing stuff. Yeah, he's very busy, of course. No time to talk.
Excellent. Cool. As long as he's staying busy and doesn't seem like he's diving into unhealthy habits or anything.
Oh no, he's definitely diving on the healthy habits, but it's I mean, like the first time you talk to him, he's probably at a bar,
Right.
like drinking again, kind of deal. So I mean, like constant pressure on him is just gonna push him further away.
Right.
So, I mean, if it gets extreme, he's definitely gonna look into ways to stop that, to knock that shit off.
Then I imagine when they meet at the bar the first time, Cricket's like, I got two things. First, Tough has started a traveling arena. We'd love to have you if you haven't already heard of it. They fight for money and sport, and I'm pretty sure Toza's there. In fact, I'm sure you probably already know about this. Second, I'm not going to bore you or placate you with... I'm not going to patronize you. But you know what I can do, and I have that magic. If you ever want to talk about it, we can talk about it.
You're not my therapist, really. He's gonna take another drink and
Of
stare
course.
off. If this is a couple months in, I mean, he probably definitely looks like shit. It's crazy how far you can get not needing food and water.
Yeah.
So just drink mostly.
I was
Just
gonna say,
drink.
Yeah.
always drinking on an empty stomach makes
He can't even get drunk as immune to poison.
Yep.
fair.
Yep. Well, he's doing it
Worst-
anyway. There's habits.
I won't press it. I just want you to know that if you want to look into it, I have tools, and you know what they can do.
Well, they can't bring anyone back, that's for certain. Perhaps maybe we just need to let the dead rest. For all we know, he's off in Vesavia and is just having the time of his life.
I don't want to install any sort of false hope, and he kind of just like motions across to the other corner where presumably like Alana and some of the others are having a drink. This is powerful magic. Again, I don't want to give you a glimmer of false hope here. If you're content letting it rest, then that's healthy, and I won't say it anymore. I just wanted to bring it up once, and that if it sounds like something that you'd like to look into, you can come to me. I won't come to you anymore. I won't push it.
Yeah, I mean, he'll kind of glance over and kind of wave his hand a little bit, pays a bill and leave. But he'll eventually show up at Tufts Arena.
Excellent.
I don't know if I want to be in the arena.
Yeah, why not?
We're fighting. I'm trying to leave that behind me.
That's fair. No, absolutely. That's valid. What are your plans?
I don't know.
But there's also cooking, a cook-off, pretty much.
That's true. There's some mad elote over there too.
I guess I could get into cooking.
It was like a chili contest. That's
Yep.
all I am here for. I'm just gonna eat all the chili.
Tough could probably make a mad elote.
Hell yeah.
What those are, but they sound great. Zach probably knows what those are. He's trained at cooking. I'm not. But yeah, it's like, well, I do miss everyone, and it gets pretty lonely over here. After I left home for the second time.
Well, I won't have any of that. You are always welcome to stay with us. I'd like to have you around, of course, as much.
Smiles, he nods. You know, he does it because he needs stuff to take his mind off just everything that's happened.
Yeah.
And he every now and then he prays a lot, just a lot. At night, he'll get down on his knees and he'll ask just dead how they're doing. At some point, he gets the courage to send something to Daru. If Daru counts as anything you can contact with contact other plane.
Ooh.
Oh, interesting.
Pray harder one here.
I- Is within the realms of that spell.
I was gonna say one of the examples they give is like a long dead sage, and that's usually
Dead forever.
it's the standard I normally use.
I mean, I wouldn't call Daru a sage. He only had 2 levels of cleric, but
Sages are also not usually like religious. They're usually just sagely smart dudes.
spiritual.
Seems reasonable.
I would say that is viable for contacting Daru, and that actually is a good opportunity for us to
Oh,
jump back to Daru real briefly,
Ooh.
because this kind of lines up real good. So Daru,
Yeah.
you are contacted by Fiara again after spending some time with your family, and she says, "You had wanted to check up on your companions, yes?"
Yes, I'd love to hear about them.
Doesn't actually have this accent, but it's so hard to not. Um, well, I have a way for you to not necessarily contact them, but you can at least check up on them once in a while. And she guides you over to a very pristine pond. It's just kind of a pool. She says, if you look into this pool and you think about who you want to see, you may be able to catch some glimpses of them.
And I can do this whenever?
Yes, whenever you wish. I do recommend you don't do it too often, though. It can be hard to let go, but it is important that you do.
Yeah, you're right, but it will be nice to check in.
Of course.
I don't know if she sticks around for it, but Daru immediately sits down next to the pond and thinks about Cole.
Yeah, and you immediately get a vision of Cole in a bar, looking scruffy and miserable.
Oh,
Less abs.
Drew just
Listen.
watches and mostly feels really shitty and guilty and probably does some more ugly crying.
You do feel her place a very large hand on your back, and just there's a comforting kind of warmth to it.
I think you were right about letting go being hard. He doesn't seem to be doing well.
Grief passes with time. I'm sure that he will be all right eventually. Perhaps check up on one of your other friends, and maybe they would make you feel a little better.
He'll he'll definitely just watch for a while longer, and then he'll probably think of he's gonna think of Linnea. So let's see what that does, if anything.
It doesn't do anything.
Okay.
I'm sorry, this can only be used to contact the material. Mortals are still alive.
It's just testing things. And he'll think of oh geez, I don't know.
And it's at this point
Somebody else.
that you receive a message from Thackeray.
Oh boy.
Hey Drew, it's been a few months, and I should have contacted you a lot earlier, but it was, I don't know how to face you. We couldn't save you none, and I feel like we should have. I wish you told us. But what happened, and I just wanted to know if you were doing okay. Question 1. How are you? Let me see if I go stricken with madness real quick.
Go Bardic.
Hey, I'm gonna put you on mute for a second. I might go insane. So
I'm fine.
Got real close though.
Yeah, I'm really close though.
Skirted that edge.
Without Kimball and Nimbus, fucking.
You still have that, by the way.
I am definitely giving it away though. Eventually.
Well, we'll find out.
Well, unless he's dead.
So I don't know how the thing that Thack did works, or if I can like respond to that, but
You
I'd
can
imagine.
you can respond in like yes or no answers, single word answers,
Oh, okay.
unless the single word would be misleading. In which case
Well,
you can do
his question was, "How are you?"
All right. The question would probably be worded as, "Are you doing well?"
Okay. Before Drew answers, he is probably gonna, if he's still sitting right next to this pond, he'll just try to look at Thack. Because he got some similar guilty pangs from that, but is also hoping that Thack has healthier coping mechanisms, like farming.
You see Dak sitting wherever he happens to be doing this ritual and trying not to go insane as he contacts you.
He's wearing like a mauve or maroon long johns, one one piece, complete with the flap at the back.
He's also wearing the hat.
Yeah, it's on. The bigger hat is kind of sitting on like his bed knob.
I guess you just have to be attuned to it, don't you?
Yeah, he just well, I think he has to wear it too, but like he's
Wait,
probably hat around his back or something.
Didn't you? Okay, I like the idea of Thack sitting in his bedroom wearing his like flannel
Full hat.
pajamas, while this hat rains on him.
That's just the mood I feel.
Yeah.
Helps me concentrate. The rain is calming, you see, and the thunder is a lot more calming than it used to be. I used to be really terrified of lightning. I still am, but like
We'll see about that.
No, but Drew does eventually respond yes. I think he's in paradise. He's been living with this thing. He is doing well. He obviously misses,
Are
you know, he misses the people he left behind, and he feels like a real guilty asshole for not telling anybody anything about it, and then just dying right there. But he can't say all that with a yes or no, so he just says
unclear
yes.
or just yes?
Just yes.
Do you have unfinished business?
Yeah.
Are you at least at peace?
Yes.
If we try to get you back, would you like that or no?
Whew, boy.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo, the spicy one.
Okay, now how I can do like yes, no, or unclear. Can I stretch a bit more into like 8-ball territory and be like ask again later?
Responded fuck.
You can magic 8-ball it a little bit.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna say ask again later.
Ask again later.
I don't know.
Few things changed, Drew, I guess. I think there's one more question, or is that all of it?
Ask him if we can have the bathtub.
Yeah.
You know he's gonna say no.
I know.
I'm not gonna waste the question asking him a
Maybe-
question I know he'd
Let's
say no.
go
maybe-
deal with it.
Maybe give him a time window. Like, should we ask again in less than 2 weeks or something like that?
All right.
No.
Wait, no. Think about this. Just say, hey, how would you like the new bathtub that's even better than your old one? And you can give us the old one.
We're gonna sweeten the deal for him coming back.
Important to know even before they may ask this question about my bathtub in the real world. Does Paradise have bathtubs?
Because that will determine the answer to number 4.
Probably has a lot of very good ones, right? It's paradise.
They've got like a sauna room. They've got one of those whirlpool tubs. They've got one of those showers that you basically just like step into, and there's a shower head that hits you from all sides, like a grid of shower heads.
Yes.
I've always wanted one of those.
I think the piece of fictional technology I envy the most is the Jetson shower, where it just does everything for you.
Just stand there and let it do it.
Do you want Jimmy Neutron's
The
vanity
hairstyle
mirror
thing.
too?
Brain blast.
Brushes your teeth and combs your hair for you as well.
I can style my hair.
A mohawk today? That was
Ask again later. Get that
yeah, so
tattooed on your chest.
so the question can be like,
Maybe like, should we wait at least a month before asking you again?
should we wait a month or more? Say no if a month, and yes if more.
Okay, that works.
Give you a one-word answer. He could just tell you. You could say, how many months should we wait?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that would work.
I thought we were stuck with yes.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, yeah. How long should we wait? Like, how many months should we wait till we ask?
This only hinges on how much Daru knows about this spell and how like at risk of going insane Thackeray is every time he casts it, or how like resource heavy it
Yeah.
is.
We
It's
made
up
it-
to you whether Thack goes insane for 1 week or
So,
not.
it definitely came up as a party while you were still alive that as long as like me or Simmons is there, he cannot fail this save.
So blast my brain all you want, I guess.
So Daru will probably
Bring
just say 1 month for now.
No.
And maybe that'll be a nice little regular get together for the gang where they talk to their dead friend.
Yeah.
It'll be healthy for everybody. And then Daru's gonna, I forgot her name. It's Fiara. Yeah, Daru's gonna ask very like hesitantly and like, you know, probably making the same face he does every time I stop talking in the little animated icon thing. Just be like, this is already very generous of you and more than I could hope for to see them again. But do you have any way that I could speak back to them like they are? Or
I'm afraid not. It's beyond the capabilities of this place, at least for the dead here. There's a separation between these planes for a reason.
right, of course. I just you know, like you said, letting go is hard. He will then kind of hug her. Even I don't know. I probably only reach up to like her knee. Be like,
He's kinda
thank
kneeling.
you. He'll hug her as least awkwardly as possible because he's very appreciative and emotional right now, and probably still ugly crying.
Pulls you into a very uncomfortably large hug. It's
Oh, gee.
the Great Fairies and Link and Breath
Oh,
of the
no.
Wild. Full on smothering.
Pointy boob right in your face.
No, she said Breath of the Wild. He said Breath of the Wild, not
Oh, okay. So that's
Ocarina. I'm not getting my eyes stabbed out by boob polygon.
Yeah. So give you a hug and then send you on your way.
Yeah, he will probably just check up on everybody else while he's there at the pond if she doesn't mind, just to kind of get a quick glimpse at everybody. And then he'll go hang out with his family some more, I guess. It probably goes without saying that he checks up on Cole fairly often, but
Yeah, you pretty much just see him like while he's in Rush Valley, he's just kind of like hanging around, like he's not doing anything important. Like despite him telling Simmons and Cricket, like, yeah, I'm keeping busy with work, and, you know, I've got a lot of things going on, going back to Elber. He's pretty much just kind of like bucking around, like he's not doing anything of real import. You get like
So-
you know, like occasionally like the awkward scry on him where he's like peeing behind a tree or something, you know. But he's basically just kind of hoboing it for a little bit.
At some point, catch him like fighting with an alley cat.
Losing.
he's lost it so much. I'm so sad for him.
yeah, like Daru's mostly just checking up on him to make sure that he isn't like always drinking himself under the table somewhere. But he also will probably laugh if he catches Cole like circling a hairbrush in an alleyway and be like, I fucking hate porcupines.
Yeah, that's probably accurate.
He's like trying to make a peanut butter jelly sandwich, but he's down to the last 2 slices of bread, and one of them has a little spot of mold on it. And he thinks about it for like 2 minutes solid, just staring at it, and then covers it with peanut butter.
Yeah, if you don't see it, it won't hurt you.
Except for the fact that, you know, bread has air and there's holes in the bread and there's mold on the inside of the bread if there's mold on the outside of the bread.
If you don't see it, it won't hurt you.
You're also immune to poison.
He's immune to disease as well.
Yeah.
I think
That's
There's
part
a
of.
point where
he's
you test the
basically.
extent of your disease immunity and poison immunity, and you get something, Cole.
From eating a moldy PB and J? Like what?
Oh,
I missed part of that. I'm sorry.
You get something.
I'm just trying to find an excuse to give people their little boon things.
Hey.
You probably find this out while fighting with an alley cat, where you accidentally punch it, and kind of like uh, Giorno Giovanni it, and you realize, oh, I can do a thing now.
I healed it. I made it go slow.
Oh, interesting.
Have yours, Cricket.
Wait, what?
You can have yours. You don't have to use wish.
Having wish is a boon in and of itself. But also, I don't get
Here.
noises in the mouth.
Here you go.
Oh, holy shit!
An avocado.
Dang.
Thanks.
Simmons, well, after a particularly harrowing time dealing with family drama, Lyra takes some pity on you and sees that you're a little bit stressed and gives you something to cheer you up.
Well, thank God. Can I come visit, please? I need to get away from it. There's so many dogs. There's fur everywhere. I mean, there's fur everywhere already because we're Tabaxi, but there's fur everywhere.
Oh, you don't want new pets then, do you?
Well, as long
Oh
as they're
no.
not dogs.
Oh, well, hopefully you like this. I'm so sorry.
Okay, bye. I love you.
You just get
Uh-oh.
Cole as a summon.
I'm so bored.
Summon horde of dogs.
No.
Who let the dogs out?
You know that's like a feminist anthem, right?
Dogs out?
Is
Yeah,
it?
No.
absolutely. I mean, the song is about everybody having a good time, and then men start catcalling, and then the women give them
Oh.
shit for it.
Hell yeah.
It's a great song. I love it.
I just thought it was about dogs.
Same. Well, I was a child, so
Yeah, I've never like.
just the music video just had dogs. I
mean,
thought it was about like.
And I know at least the connection of like them saying "Who let the dogs out" is supposedly like being like, "Oh, look at all those ugly women. Who let the dogs out?" But I've never heard the like or like looked into the rebuttal part of it. I guess.
Yeah, listen, you need to really deeply listen to the lyrics of the Baha Men.
They sing so fast. Though.
Well, that's why you go to like lyrics.com and follow along. That
my
way
God.
you can just, yeah, cheat.
What were we talking about?
I was giving people boons,
Oh yeah,
except for Daru because he's dead.
He's dead.
yeah, that's fair. I'm in paradise. I don't need a boon, I guess.
But yeah, if there's anything else you guys do, let me know.
Shit, let me go dig up my list to make sure I haven't forgotten anything.
Oh yeah. While we're traveling around, he's gonna see how the river toots are doing. If they want to go live in Rush Valley or whatever or closer, or if they want to go to Ashbrook and we reunite both my families.
They are, for the most part, the Roots are content kind of where they are. They've kind of set up a pretty decent place for themselves uh, overall, though Bo and Rezek do come and visit the Weeds periodically, and they come and try and spend as much time with you as they can to try and make up and catch up for lost time. But they also
Earlier.
they don't stay too long. Like they try not to overstay their welcome and that sort of thing. And I'm sure that Thackeray like tells them, "Oh, don't be ridiculous. You're always welcome here." But they have like, well, we don't want to.
I'll come visit them when they leave. I'll go walk them all the way back. Then I can teleport.
Yeah, you guys probably do a couple of like, a few week long like travel trips together, and your mom helps teach you about like how to hunt and that sort of thing, and you and your dad talk magic and their arcane, but you drastically outclass him at this point.
Probably still learn a few things, something more traditional to our tribe.
Yeah.
Do I get a mask? Or is that just an elder thing?
It was mostly just an elder's thing.
I'm not that old yet.
Maybe someday.
Real old.
3 things, 2 of which are probably going to be very quick. The first is, regardless of what happens with all of like the government situation and who rules Rush Valley, he tries to make sure that like the full story of what happened here gets published like very openly. He doesn't want secrets to be involved with this event, is what I'm getting at, or misinformation.
That's actually a very good point, because I was going to mention this and I didn't. Bizarre Tale does kind of interview he has and does like a full, essentially like recounting and story of the entire events.
Hell yes.
And when it finally gets published, like several months later, after it's all been said and done, at the back of the book you find a little like memoir to. It says that the book is dedicated to Darush Commit.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. He was exactly the person I was going to go to. That's good. The second thing, where the fuck is Tamrius? Cricket tries to find Tamrius partially out of curiosity, and partially because he wants to talk to him about the wish ritual and what goes into it, and whether he could help with that again. If Cole decides that that's what he wants to do.
You are entirely unable to find him.
God damn it, Tamrius. Alright. Figured that might be the case. But then, yeah, after that, he just stays close to Thack, jumps back and forth to family every now and then with teleportation. But when we do get the entire group back together to do the rough and tough, he makes it clear to everyone else that, like, if you've got 3,000 gold and are willing to chop off a cubic inch of your flesh, I can make a clone for you. I'm not going to pressure anyone. I know there's a lot of weird moral implications involved, but if you want it, I can do it.
Okay. I'll have to get 3,000 gold, but
Yep.
how hard can that be?
A little difficult, but it's doable. And he's probably kind of talking with other people, like, I don't want to pressure Cole, but I get the sense that there might still be more adventure to this if he decides at some point to... In fact, you've been talking to Daru a little bit, right? We did that commune with other playing thing.
Yeah, I imagine that was private because like he needed to like kind of face this whole thing
Legit.
of guilt and stuff, and then he's gonna like go to everyone else and say, "Hey, y'all want to talk to Drew?" I feel like maybe that'll help. I'm sending him a message in a month.
I look to Cole and wait for his response.
Cole's gonna look to Tough and kind of fidget a little bit.
Huh?
Well, the last time we did this, you ended up with, my brother inside you. So it's just,
Oh, I mean,
Shut up, Cricket.
if there's a way to bring Toza back, I still think it's possible.
Cole's
Speaking
gonna.
to him.
Go ahead.
Speaking to him is a good first step, I think.
Yeah, finding out what he wants to do is going to be priority number one, I think.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Understand. And tough summons Toza.
Well, it's both Duru and Toza, frankly. Because I don't know, and Cole doesn't know the implications of him just being a ghost here, like how that's gonna go down.
So, importantly,
Oh.
as Tough summons Toza, you find that although Toza does appear still ethereal, for a short period of time, Toza appears to have a physical body and comes over and gives you a full, proper hug, Cole.
Oh. I'm trying to find the panic meme.
It's just screaming.
Yeah. Like there's like a sudden yelp, and he like hugs him all over and like touches all over him, like, oh, this is wild. And I guess just eventually it like kind of passes through.
Yeah, it lasts for, I think, a minute, maybe 10.
I think it's 10. It might be an hour.
What was that? What did you just do? And Cole's gonna do the point, and did everyone see that kind of thing? Like,
Cricket like throws his hands up like, wasn't me.
How'd you do that?
how did you do that?
I want to hug Bjorg.
Oh,
Here, Tough, I'm gonna message you something because you're COVID, man.
Yeah, it lasts about 10 minutes.
Oh, 10.
Plenty of time
For what?
to break a door.
Okay, so do we ever figure out like who Bjorg is?
it's Tough Smile.
Oh,
We found it out in the astral plane where she was able to kind of like speak more clearly and openly and actually be heard by all of us.
uh-huh.
Yeah.
Explain to to Tough what happened.
Got you. I'm slow.
No, you're sick. It's fine.
Yeah, so we're potentially gonna, sounds like, open up a channel to speak with Daru. It'll be very limited, right?
Yeah, he can only answer one word. But, it's like we've done before. I just pray and ask where he is. You ask a question, he'll give you an answer through me.
Oh, can we play Fuck, Marry, Kill? He can respond to that, right?
Oh, shut down. I just really love that game. I never got it.
I think it's fun, but okay.
See, I never understood it because if you're marrying someone, you're also gonna fuck them, right? Like that's a
Yeah, it's
you-
the
you
fuck
think
is
that.
like the one night stand. You don't have to like emotional attachment.
okay.
But like, if there's that really hot person that like would be way too much to be in a relationship with, you just fuck them one time and then you're done.
That makes sense. So it's like fling, marry, kill.
Yeah, fling, marry, kill. That's probably more accurate.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Anyway,
Yep.
the business at hand. Shall we? Have a bardic so you don't go insane.
All right. Well, as long as Sims and you were around, should be fine. It's been a month at this point, right? Yeah, then cast it again.
We're not doing a super rigid timeline here. So
Yeah.
Can I assist him?
sure. How do you assist?
I also can cast that spell, and so
Oh,
like I
sick.
figure I know a little bit
Oh, we
about
can get-
like how we can collaborate.
Right. Maybe you should Bardic Inspiration this guy. I don't know how big his save is.
Yeah, let me Bardic Giskar too, just in case.
Stay near Simmons.
Yep. I do a big group
Okay.
hug with both of them.
To be clear, I'm not also casting the spell. I just am
Just-
capable of it, and therefore I feel like
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
that's
you're
fair.
just sort of okay, cool. But here it's a 30. 35 with Sims, 37 with Sims.
Yeah. I think you're good. Pretty sure you could look on the eyes of Cthulhu and be fine.
Sorry, just passing by. Yeah.
Yeah. You see some freaky shit in the side as you, but you're able to contact Daru, and Daru, you feel this kind of tenuous connection with Thak.
Oh, if he's anywhere nearby, he'll probably make his way over to the pond again before like respond, so he can
Sure.
keep an eye on things. And then he'll think of Thak, and he'll get a pleasant surprise when he sees mostly everybody else there.
Yeah, you see everybody kind of gathered around as they try and do a very tenuous group call.
Hey, we got everyone around this time. Cole wants to say something to you.
Well, don't do that. Don't be like, I'm gonna want some to say something. I didn't have anything prepared.
We can hold still. We got time. As long as we don't ask a question, we can just say stuff to him.
Is that how that works? Shit, that was the question.
Daru
He's
shouts. Daru shouts into the pond. Yes, I can hear you. Please.
Oh shit!
maybe we shouldn't tempt fate by filibustering to contact other planes.
Yeah.
Accurate.
As long as I don't respond to any question ever, we can just have a one-way conversation.
There is a time limit on it, but
There is a time, no rush. I guess I'll start with one question, and that's just, can you see all of us?
Yes.
He sees all of us, folks.
Thak starting a Zoom call.
Is this thing on?
His thumb is on the camera.
It's like pointed at the ceiling.
You're still
10 minutes.
No, the other
Back
button.
the privacy shutter. The shutter. You have to open the shutter. It's on the top.
I think
Oh,
you've-
the flash!
You've accidentally got a cat filter on, I think.
I'm sorry, I'm not a cat.
Classic.
Bless that man.
Um,
I'll
Yeah.
never live it down.
I don't know. Cole doesn't really know what to do here.
Um,
So it's just probably going to start with a very awkward. Hey, where are you? How are things? Was that 2 questions?
I think it was 3.
I don't know. Hey is not a question.
It was, where are you? How are you? And how are things? What was it?
Yeah, Daru did get where are you? So, I don't know how much like inflection I can put on a one response, but I want to reply with paradise, but put it in like quotation marks to make it sound like it was I want to do my best to imply that it's like what I was told, and not like, oh, not like Drew's just like, oh, I'm in paradise, fuck all you guys.
He said paradise, but I can hear the air quotes.
Oh,
I mean, it's magic. You can. The intent behind the words is transmitted, similar to sending.
oh,
Okay.
you know, that sounds lovely. I suppose. Do you want? Should we find the way to to get you out of your eternal reward, I suppose. Cole is probably like half drunk here, for sure. Which, after not drinking for like 6 months, getting back on the wagon is really tough.
Yup.
Also, probably he doesn't sleep very well.
He doesn't have to.
He doesn't have to sleep.
I think I have to sleep.
Do you?
You
Yeah.
think he has to do
I
less?
don't-
Really?
Yeah, I don't need to eat or drink, and I don't think I need air. Let me go look.
You breathe.
Oh wow.
Oh man, you can just
Is-
shotgun a whole beer.
Is my sorcerer thing better than your monk
Oh.
thing?
Nope, I do need air. And I suffer none of the frailty of old age, and it can't be aged magically.
Okay, well I still age, but at 18 sorcerer, Daru also no longer needs to eat, drink, or sleep.
I think he's
And
bragging about how powerful he is up there.
Oh, great! I guess everything is great.
Oh,
in fucking
It's
air
very
quote
nice to see you
paradise.
again. I'm in paradise, and all of my things are better than yours, even though I'm dead. No,
I swear to God,
Um,
you know,
you-
I could have fucked the princess. I could have.
no. But in all seriousness, there's a long, probably very painful parties involved delay to when the question, should we look into bringing you back, or whatever, however it was phrased, gets asked. You get a very hesitant and slow to respond, maybe. And Daru feels awful that he can only respond in one word.
Uh,
Oh, it's maybe, but it's charged with a lot of things.
For the record, because of the way this spell works, if I'm recalling the wording on it correctly, if maybe is somewhat misleading, you can say a short sentence.
But it has to be in like a fucking puzzle rhyme or
Have to-
something.
It can be if the person you're contacting is a dick.
Rap at us.
How short does the sentence have to be?
I mean, use
One sentence, I guess.
yeah, it's like a sentence.
Okay, so you get a very hesitant maybe, and then if Daru gets like a prompt that he can elaborate more, probably says like, I'm at peace, my family is here, but you are not. And it
Max
hurts.
Aces.
well, I'm glad everything is great for you there. Things are great here. Can't wait to see the bill for this this conversation. Cole's gonna kind of like shift around a little bit. Like legitimately does not know what to do or say. This doesn't feel good for him. But it's, you know, it's like he's in a weird like long distance relationship now and can only 900 number it once a month.
Right.
So he's gonna take a swig from his skin. And then just kind of slowly like, but where are we? Like, what are we?
I assume you've probably gathered up at the Rickety Cricket.
Okay. And then probably give like a little salute and then back out of the room. Probably to go over to where Daru's buried. And then hang there for a while.
All right.
Questions? Or is that all of it?
I think we still have a couple. I think we have 2 left.
Anything else you guys want to know? He sounds real lonely.
Okay, fuck, marry, kill, Miss Frizzle, that really tall vampire lady, and Hmm.
A third.
I can't think of the third one. Help.
Maybe something a little more relevant to whether or not we're going to do an enormous wish ritual.
Okay.
I think we should maybe be as direct as possible. With like a, we're gonna try to bring you back. Is that okay? And I know that that's not very different from how we worded it, but I don't know.
Not responding. I think he's busy.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll leave it up to Cole.
Yeah, before closing, the spell just says, "We miss you,
How,
Julie."
how long does that spell last?
A while. Fucking. Let me check. 10 minutes.
Well, 1 minute.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Ooh.
Only 1 minute.
Well, assuming Daru refocuses again before it goes out, or you guys ask the question again, whether it's okay to bring him back, you get a yes.
All right.
He said yes. I don't know if this is healthy for Cole or not.
I don't know. Everyone handles death a little differently, and I don't know how he's handling it. I suspect that it is just the suddenness and the lack of closure makes everything very stressful. I still would want to talk to Cole about it first. I don't want to do anything behind his back. But at the very least, we have Daru's permission. And Daru is an adult. He can make his own decisions. And if he says it's okay to bring him back, then I think it's worth looking into. I suppose the question is if anyone is willing to pay the price for it.
I don't know if he'd feel happy if anyone paid the price for it.
Well, everyone feels guilty about it, but the truth of the matter is that death is easy for the dead. It only hurts those that are left behind.
He's in paradise, but when he said he was in paradise, it felt, hollow. He said it hurt because Cole wasn't there. I don't think he means that he wishes Cole was dead. By the way, he just misses him.
Daru.
Zero damage.
Christ.
What a ridiculous image.
It's like Skyrim physics.
No, in Skyrim you die.
Just off in the distance, you hear, "God damn it!"
I'm an avalanche.
Can't even fucking starve myself to death.
Poison.
Alright, maybe let's go talk to Cole, see if we can suss out more of what he's feeling about all this.
Don't finish that.
No, that's just what I'm gonna call her because I can't remember her name.
Fiara.
Liara,
like,
thank you.
Fiara.
Fiara
Fiara.
jumps off a cliff and he lands on the dragon. Damn it.
Alright. Cricket is gonna walk out. I don't know if anyone else joins. And quietly just kind of come up and sit next to him. And he doesn't say anything for a long time. Cole has an opinion on this. Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe it is certainly a response that I expected to hear. You know, I had a preparation for that, just like I was prepared for everything here.
After we left, if it helps, he made it clear that he would be happy to be brought back. I don't know what all he meant. I don't know what death is like. I don't remember it. I assume there's a lot of factors involved. I do know that most souls at peace don't want to come back, so the fact that he's even at a maybe means he misses something. I assume that someone is you.
I was gonna like rode his shoulder a little bit and tug at the scruff on his chin. I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound like I'm being a pain in the ass here. This is just a lot to bring in. There's a lot of people who have left me very suddenly, Lucy. And Darushkimet is one of them. I would not blame him if he wanted to stay where he is at. But from what I understand, there is always a great cost to pay for these things. But what is happening with Doza? Why is he solid?
I'm glad you brought that up because I was kind of headed that way. I don't know. That Tuv might. Yeah, do you?
I think Tough summons Bjorg.
You believe?
Yeah. And he raises a hand, like tries to touch her shoulder, and he can. Then he pulls her into a big hug. I think I think I think I hit a milestone. I could actually I guess I could give them a physical form now.
It's unusual that his soul didn't move on in the first place. Do you think it's something like Hamar, where he's hanging around just long enough to see something through? You think he's waiting on the astral plane, except his astral plane is here with you?
Yeah, that's a deal too. Is he going to leave again?
And to clarify, it wasn't a maybe this time. It was a yes. He wants to come back.
Hmm.
He'd leave paradise.
So what is the plan here? Do we go and do I remove my eyes now or later, or how does this work?
Well, I was hoping to find Tamrius, because he's the one who orchestrated it last time, but I think we have to wing it. I guess, God, DM, how does this all start? Do I cast Wish? Do I know what the process is? Like,
Yeah, before you cast Wish out there, while we're also talking to the God DM himself, can we jump to that hand raise maybe? Because at this point, Drew is still watching everybody through the pond.
I
because-
tried to jump to you and you didn't respond.
it is true, he did do that.
Yeah, I did.
You did. I typed it out. I typed out the thing I had my hand raised for it because I was crying like a big bitch at the time and I didn't want to say it out loud.
Alright, let's do it.
Right.
So yeah, Drew plans for a big emotional conversation with his parents, and then Ciara as well the next time she comes around, which is probably right now, if she's like paying attention at all, because Drew is still watching all of this and it's probably like, you know, like actually like reaching into the pond or whatever and like crying, like he's screaming, like, yes, I want to come back. He's in a space.
She will come, be around. If she can, if you want her to be around, she will come.
Yeah. Again, this is Drew being entirely selfish, and he realized he's already asked a lot of things about this. You know, very selfish things from VR already, but God, I don't even know how to approach this. Just probably like when she comes around, he just like does his best to stop sobbing for a minute and looks at the pond and kind of gestures toward it and is like, is there any way I can go back, even just for a while? Any price I can pay, so they don't have to? Anything.
I wish I could help you, Drew, but Fortunately, I cannot. This is the most that I can do for you. For now.
I do not wish to sound ungrateful. You've already given me more than I deserve.
You've had a very hard time. She places a hand on your shoulder, and again, you just feel this like warm kind of comfort from her. I did warn you not to become too attached to looking in this pool.
Oh, I think I was already too attached. Okay. If she's not going to help me out directly with this, here comes the sorcerer side of Daru. How much magical capability do I still have in Paradise?
Uh, Essentially what you left off with. You're a level 20 sorcerer.
And I have Wish.
Oh,
Yeah.
All right.
So this is probably going to take some planning on Daru's part and probably my own as to how he would go about this, and hopefully at least a little bit more communication between the rest of the living party to be like, hey, I can do this too. Maybe I can bust myself out of here and pay some sort of price. He's also still going to have a talk with his parents about this. And that's going to be awkward too.
All right. What do you tell them?
He probably just like brings it up at dinner one night. He's like, would you miss me terribly if I left again?
Of course we would, Daru.
But I would come back when the time came. I think. I hope.
Is it too much to just rest?
There will always be time for this rest, right? I don't know if I'm ready for it.
I don't think anyone ever is. If you could go back and wished it, then we would wait for you. Always. I'm gonna send you a thing, Barlow.
A boon.
And one too.
ooh.
Oh shit.
I don't think it's particularly pertinent to what's going on here, I hope. But
No, definitely not. But could see a use for it if I, do something else that Daru eternally regrets.
Well then.
Yeah, the rest of that dinner is probably very tearful and awkward, but Daru will say and elaborate just at least a little bit more that, he wants to go back. There are people up here that he misses. He's talking to his mother and his father, so he's gushing, he's letting everything out. He's like talking about like, oh, he's so conflicted. He's never been torn on anything more because he's finally back home with his family, but everybody he's ever really like loved or considered a friend is up there and still alive. And Mom, what do I do?
I'm sorry. I wish I could make that decision for you. I think that we have all lived so long and gone through so much. I am grateful for the rest, but I did not have a chance like you. And I think if I had, I would miss them terribly as well. Everyone I knew is here now. I'm content. I would miss you terribly, but
I would come back. You don't think it's terribly selfish of me to want a third chance?
I think it's very selfish. But
Oh.
we don't think being selfish is being human, so to speak. Wanting is something to be proud of. Ambition.
Ambition.
I think you have done great things, and if you could do more, why should you be restrained here?
Thank you. I needed to hear that. And maybe apologize in advance if I do leave again. You know I would miss you too, and all of this, but I'll I'll be back. Sorry, I had to.
Somebody had to do it.
Terminator.
We are both proud of you.
That is more than I could have hoped for. I'll give them both a big hug and try to make the rest of the night and dinner and everything afterward as cheerful as possible. Play some songs with my dad on the piano he made for me.
Yeah, I was just gonna say your dad joins you and starts playing his own saxophone.
Is Babushka here?
Of course, she was around somewhere.
I mean, I'm sure I would have asked, prior to spending 4 months here, but
Yeah, I assume we should just spend in terms of like this specific dinner.
she loved this.
She's off playing basketball with some of the kids. It's never worked this well on the material plane.
Oh my god. I love it. Her ankles are still so strong. The years of squatting pay off.
Truly paradise.
Get dunked on.
Come at me, Babushka.
When the kids goes in for a layup, and she just smacks that shit right out of his. You get down.
Okay, maybe I don't want to leave.
You on shirts or skins?
I'm kidding.
You're dead. You're dead. I win.
Babushka, we are all dead.
Yeah, as Daru begins his own planning on from paradise. What the rest of y'all doing?
I think it just depends on how we start this ritual.
Choking on whiskey.
Are you guys gonna contact Daru again at all?
Yeah, so like I assume that we don't do it right here and now. We sleep on it, we rest up, we get our resources.
I'm kind of for a bit.
What was that?
Big old book.
Yeah. Cricket tells the fam that he might be going on another adventure, and they better all be here when he gets back.
I'm back. What I missed?
Drew had a chat with his parents and then watched his babushka just wreck some kids at heaven basketball.
She's dunking on. Granny's dunking up there in heaven.
Yeah. But then I think we're gonna kind of like rest up, take some time, get our resources, sleep on the decision. But then I think we're gonna try to start the ritual and see what that involves.
Oh, it was also only like kind of implied, but you might have also missed that Daru might be kind of planning to break out on his own too.
Excellent.
We're gonna contact him before we start.
Yeah, I was hoping you'd do that, and I was also hoping that I could talk to Drake a little more about Wish and how that works when you're casting it from
Boy, we're
being undead and all that.
gonna get to that in a bit. Before that, I need to jump back in time just briefly to Thackeray. When you go to return your hat to Master Keenan, he's very confused as to why you're trying to give him this hat.
Oh no!
I already have a hat, you daft bastard. What are you doing? Look, and he has a far more magnificent hat than you currently have. You don't know where he got it, but apparently he no longer needs his old hat.
Is it also raining?
It is, and this one actually has like little crackling thunder. It's Thac's hat, but like visually like even bigger and a little bit more flat.
It's the decap to his hat.
Yeah.
It's an even better. Well, gosh. If you're sure.
Of course, I'm sure. Keep it, my boy.
Thanks. It helped a lot. And then I just go, I have tea for him. I do.
Thackeray, fetch us some tea.
It's still, I'll never get used to seeing me work it. Look at myself. Get some tea.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. Do your thing first.
So yeah, Thackeray, you are able to keep your hat. Keenan is very proud of you, and he's also very happy that he didn't have to move. That would have just been a huge hassle.
Yeah. Break out.
I would rather die than move again at this point.
Well, if you're so willing to give up a hat as splendorous as that one, my head is bare.
They get into Solange and Keenan get into a big fight, and it's terrible. Thackeray, you have to leave again.
Before this gets violent, they start counterspelling me.
However, as to jump back to the present day, you guys are able to contact Daru, and for some reasons, we're gonna kind of wash over some of this. But essentially, you guys are able to contact Daru and come up with a bit of a plan to attempt this kind of joint ritual of sorts.
Hell yeah.
And for that, we're gonna do a skill contest for some of the casters.
Oh no.
Real quick, before we get any rolls involved, somebody has to ask, do we get any sort of payment or loot from saving Rush Valley?
No, of course not. Who would pay you for such a thing?
I have all the wealth and material desires I could possibly want in paradise.
Yeah, because this sounds like about the sort of time where we might want to pop some clones out real quick, if anybody wants.
All right, I'm gonna hire a sculptor to make statues of us all.
You get that
Heroes of
total.
Rush Valley.
Oh.
Divvy up amongst the living as you wish.
Hey.
Haha. It's to get for dying.
Wow.
Daru does receive 2 gold coins, which are placed on his eyes.
Oh. That's nice.
Oh.
But
I'm
also,
sure it'll get more money.
how does the Rossavirian afterlife work? Do I move on with all of the material possessions I was buried with? I mean, you did imply that I had my piano. Or is there just another one down there already? I don't know why I keep saying down there because you said paradise, but I can only imagine Daru being in hell.
You don't necessarily have your exact possessions, but you are able to find kind of anything you desire for the most part.
Importantly, do I have the artifact weapon that I was buried with? Do I have the wave bringer?
No.
Tide bringer. What is it called?
Tide
I should know this. Wave rider. That's the
Wave
one.
Rider, that's
Or-
it.
Sorry.
You find a similar sickle, but it is not the same.
So I can't cast time stop with it.
Can't.
What a shame.
Uh,
Tidebreaker was Philo's ship.
Okay, right.
Tidebringer was Philo's rifle, and you can already see why I'm getting so confused because all of my characters have had so many magical items named after water themes. Anywho, back to the living.
For preparation, can I get diamond worth 5,000?
Yes.
Am I able to find rubies about 1,500 worth?
You guys have enough time that any like material components that aren't like, the heart of an angel or something weird
That'd
and
be
obscure
really.
you guys can pick up.
We can just hang out with my uncle and do some piracy and shit.
Dude,
I mean privateering. That's what I said. That's definitely what I said.
Privateering, absolutely.
Can I get a copy made of the planar fork for the astral plane based on the one that Iskar's already got?
No. Only because it needs to be attuned to the plane, so you'd have to be in the astral plane. To
Okay,
do
we'd have to do an adventure to do it. Cool.
I could just create a demi-plane and you can dispel it while we're inside.
Oh, Dandy can do a new thing. But that's ethereal plane. That's different, right?
Yeah, it's astral different.
Oh, okay.
You go,
Ethereal's where I go.
you go and hold on to it. I might, if I ever need to go to the astral plane, I'll hit you up, Iskar.
Well, you know where I'm gonna be. I'm not exactly traveling around.
Yeah.
Look, fuckers, I need the casters among you to make Arcana checks.
Oh, right. This thing. Is this a would Bardic apply, or is this a long-term thing?
I'll.
I had
This is kind of a longer term thing, but I'm gonna say you could apply a bardic to it. Sure.
Okay, cool. Then anybody so I believe it would be me and Iskar and Thak that are mostly doing these checks.
Yeah. Daru can make one at disadvantage. Not because Daru has disadvantage, but because trying to communicate his findings is difficult.
Right.
Uh,
All right, then
Tough.
then
Have
Iskar.
the
Right.
storm rune.
Oh yeah, good call.
You said Arcana at disadvantage?
Yeah.
It's probably
Uh,
terrible.
Can
Yeah,
I
that's
guidance
field.
myself?
You can guide it yourself.
Sweet.
All right, Simmons
Oh.
and Tech, make sure to add a D12.
Also a guidance.
Can I give it to Sunny instead? She's proficient in Arcana now.
17. And also, Drake, check your telegram real quick, because I sent you like what kind of just like Daru has in mind for this, and that might affect things, maybe?
Jesus Christ, that.
Would help.
I'm sorry. Did you say you needed a blacksmith?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Gutterhorns need a ton of junk. Fittings, chains, pickaxes, weapons, all kinds of stuff.
Hmm.
That's a good noise, I think. Pretty sure that's a good sign.
Well, I don't have anything better to do for the next like month or whatever.
Hours, flexible work schedule, free vacation, paid.
Benefit? Do you have dental?
No, are you kidding me? This is capitalism. Fuck off. Buy your own dental.
Teeth are optional. You don't get teeth because you're not rich enough.
You don't need teeth to be a blacksmith.
Don't even get started on eyes. Seeing is a luxury.
I think maybe you need eyes when smithing.
Iskar, roll a d12.
For me.
Ooh.
All right. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Okay, so this is what happens. Between all of you guys, you are able to begin to put together the necessary materials for this ritual. Over the next coming months, several of you go off and perform various quests, diving through dungeons, paying black market dealers and other such things to gather all of the necessary materials for this ritual. Takes several months, but eventually you are able to kind of gather and feel fairly confident after about a little under a year of searching that you have all the necessary materials. And you guys make some plans to get together on a day a little while later, and you kind of set up your date that you will perform this ritual.
Excellent.
Importantly, as this is happening, throughout this tough, you've also continued to kind of perform your traveling arena, and kind of in between adventuring gigs. Iskar, you also have kind of jumped between the Gutterhorns and also helping with this adventure. And Simmons, you're able to spend a bunch of time with your family as well, and Thak as well as.
Can I do anything else besides that, please?
You also get a couple of visits from Lyra,
Thank
and you're able to kind of have some peace and quiet for the most part. Auntie Simmons does bug you a couple of times, but you know, other than that, you get some peace and quiet with Lyra and get to play some nice music and just kind of enjoy the company and peace
Okay.
of the Feywild.
Thank God. Thank Lyra, who is the god. Yeah.
You're able to spend a bunch of this time with your family, still kind of consumed and musing and as you watch through the pool, kind of longingly as your friends gather all these necessary materials. But you're still able to connect with your parents and just enjoy their company. Cole, over these months of adventuring, you are also able to get your duel in with Alana.
Excellent.
Play it out. Play it out.
Hell yeah, beat up a little girl.
A little girl?
Spoiler alert, that clone was made when she was like 4.
Oh,
Dragonborns age
I-
quick. You're
So
fine.
you probably had a few days before her old zombie body died. Could have done it then.
I actually forgot that. Yeah, her clone would have been really. No, she would have had her clone sometime around the same time as Cricket, so she wouldn't be that young.
That's fair. In that case, she's probably actually like a young adult.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's
Dragonborn have that
She's like-
weird age thing going on.
a little bit younger than
Cricket
That
at
you
the
was.
same age.
So you're just a level 20 monk beating up like a 14-year-old. It's okay.
Hey man, that's like an 18-year-old in Dragon.
to find that she's able to hold her own for a little while, though she is not nearly as potent as she once was.
yeah. I'm gonna do the whole come back when you're stronger kind of deal.
Hell yeah.
Because this is
years.
yeah, this is absolutely more important to Cole than it is her. I'm sure, but he doesn't want to fight a teenager for sure.
Not the same, right?
Uh, yeah,
Very
after
cool.
suffering this defeat, she does go off on her own and trains in the mountains for 3 months. And you haven't seen her yet, but she's probably going to come back just ripped, red.
This is the scene from every JRPG where the big bad like has a forced loss encounter, but then spares you for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Cricket, you're able to spend some of this time just enjoying having a family back, periodically engaging with the like the Daybreak Guild and all that
Yeah.
back on Andor.
I assume
But importantly,
Good.
as all of this is happening, Tough, you get approached by RV one night.
Oh, boy.
This is Tough. I've been watching you fight and heard everything you've done, and I've been talking with Reptar. Don't tell Cricket this, but Tekri and I aren't getting up in our years, and I think I need somebody to take over for the guild here. And I think you would be a very good fit.
That's a lot of like I'm honored, but I don't know what to say, Sir RV. Like are you sure? Surely there's I don't know if I have like I I can go against the best and stuff like that. I think I could win in any fight. That's just the way I am. But like,
You,
I don't know if I could like lead.
well, you certainly can win in any fight. You beat Trafixilon after all. Yeah. You and your friends. Tough. You 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 just had to go and fuck it up, and then he stabs you with a dagger.
Wait, what the shit?
Ah, what? Why?
Maybe he doesn't. Does 18 hit you?
No.
Fuck. Yeah. He thrusts the dagger at your stomach, and you manage to kind of pull back. But you can see this dagger is coated with poison.
Oh,
Who are you? You're not Arby.
You just had to go and fuck it all up. You and your stupid friends.
Am I anywhere in earshot of this?
They are completely alone.
Okay.
oh, who's this?
What do you do, Tough?
I'm Matt. I mean, if he doesn't have his glaive on him, he's gonna throw throw up his hands. All right. I don't know who you are, but you're fucking a low life to fucking consider yourself up to this point. How about show your face and show some fucking honor? Who the fuck are you?
An intimidation check. I don't waste my name on the dead. And
Whew, that's a spicy
Ooh,
line.
who the fuck is this?
he's gonna try and attack you again.
Is this fucking Shadroth? No,
No, it's Tamrius.
it might be Tamrius. God damn it.
Tamrius.
That definitely it's.
Just take 4 points of piercing damage, and I need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Well,
So you take 6 points of poison damage.
Whew.
also, are you raging?
Also, for clarification, you're probably somewhere in the guild hall when this happens. If that influences your actions.
Yeah. You probably have it be carrying around his glaive on him.
Yeah, probably.
So fuck. Are we doing this?
Yeah, if you want. It's
All right. Tough. Gets into his rage.
yep, both of those will hit. Both of those will hit, which is why you can tell it's not actually Arby. 36 points of damage. Jesus. Okay. Well, it's gonna be. He might be a little bit more out of his depth than he thought. He is going to. Oh yeah. He was talking real big, and then he took 2 pretty heavy glaive swings to the chest, and kind of in a panic, screams some cheesy line about how you won't stop them, and attempts to flee. He's gonna disengage and take a run.
Doesn't Tough have tunnel
Oh
vision?
no, you don't.
So,
Oh,
uh,
music
yeah.
to my ear.
Oh, yeah. You'll never
tripped.
get Hoppers as his ankle just gets slapped. Dude crumples. And it's your turn. You can catch him at the ankle, and he stops running completely.
Yeah. It's like you started this. You're not just gonna fucking run away.
High
Who-
school.
Who are you? And what do you mean stop us?
I'll never tell.
How bad does he look?
He looks pretty injured.
Okay.
He looks worse than half.
Yeah. Tough's gonna drop his glaive. And he's just going to pin him and let loose.
Excellent.
Barehanded beats him. Okay.
Yeah, you just kind of grab him by the back of the head and just slam him into the wall twice. Like this synth in Alien Isolation. He is still up, though not by much. He is going to take a swing, kind of just kind of backhand swing with his dagger in hopes of catching you. Misses completely.
Yeah. And also, yeah, I'll do action search for another round.
All right.
This is all like non-lethal.
Reckless as well.
Yeah, you slam him a couple of times, and you feel the body kind of go limp in your hand.
Jesus. When here beat a man to death while unconsciousness.
I imagine like the last blow, he just wraps his arms around him, and like does that one like move where he like tilts back and like just slams him on his head,
Yeah,
knocks him
The
out.
German
suplex.
Tough, like exhausted and huffing, like gets back up and like wipes his mouth and yeah. Who the fuck? And he goes and tries to wrap him up, tries to binds him up, and carries him, hooks him over his shoulder, and tries to get some people to help, restrain him so we can interrogate him.
You restrain him and kind of get some help. And as everybody kind of comes and starts to kind of check out who this guy is, they find that he has no pulse.
I didn't.
Yeah, are a very skilled combatant. You know how to take somebody down non-lethally, and you're positive that you did so. And he is dead, ice cold.
Kill switch.
Who
And they
Zombie.
find they a ring on his finger that seems to have injected something.
Oh,
Dang cyanide rings.
Uh,
Who is nearby?
whoever wants to be.
Can I be there too?
Not you. Sorry.
Oh, worth
if
a shot.
If it's at the arena, Cole probably is. Well, you said it was the guild, right?
Yeah. But-
Yeah, no, Cole's not fucking with that. He's got 2 missions in life currently, and that's kick ass and drink beer, and he's all out of ass.
unless they come to him at the arena. Challenge the Wandering Sun.
What is Scallywamp? I've never heard that phrase.
I had to Google it to see if it was real, and it's not. So it means whatever you want it to mean.
Oh.
But they are
Okay.
both definitely scallywamps, and they're doing scallywamp shit.
I've heard of plenty of scallywags in my time, but I don't know what a scallywamp
Now,
is.
this is the next step, man.
Oh shit.
I imagine
That could imply a lot.
I imagine that they're probably, I don't know, they're doing weird shit somewhere. They're not too far off, but they're not in the guild hall.
They like robbing banks?
Maybe, yeah. They might be like they're doing some sort of crimes. They're probably actually like graffitiing somewhere.
You know, casual sibling crimes.
But I'll wait until somebody from the guild does a sending, because I'm sure that'll happen.
Just the kind of petty crimes and vandalism that siblings get up to, like throwing cinder blocks off of an overpass.
Yeah, sibling bonding over casual murder.
It's really fucked up when both of them have been dead before.
Everyone eventually, except for Daru, is contacted. Particularly violently, especially as several of you also have similar encounters, and they go a very similar way. You are approached by someone who appears to be somebody else, and they attempt to kill you. And but you're all level 20, so you don't give a fuck. You're gods.
True.
Most of you, in particular, particularly like Iskar, you are able to spot this a mile away since you just passively can see through illusions. But
True.
find that all these kind of would-be assassins do all bear a similar ring that, well attuned to it, if you drop to 0 hit points, it kills you instantly. And you also find that they all bear a holy symbol, or an unholy symbol, rather.
What it is?
And after some investigation, as a lot of you kind of gather up, you find that it is a symbol to Orcus.
Orcus.
Uh-oh. What do I know
Which
about
god was that?
You can make a religion check.
May I have?
Here we go.
Upset that someone's asking that, and I don't know why.
May I have bardic inspiration?
Yes, you certainly can. And it's mostly because I don't know if he runs them straight or if he's got like a modified Orcus.
That's legit.
Yeah.
D4.
I probably don't even get to make this roll, or if I do it, it's at disadvantage because I don't think anybody's going to be trying to murdering Daru in his afterlife. But
Daru does not get murdered in his afterlife.
okay, so that's a 14 or -1. like in any of the moments when I see when I'm like, you know, watching Cole or the rest of the party through this pond and planning my breakout of heaven, do I see any of this going on? That's
do.
probably like a luck check, but also definitely leads to a -1 on the religion to look at this passively.
You do spot this for several of them, but you don't know who or what is going on. But you're relieved that everyone seems to make it out okay.
Yeah. Oh, geez.
Thackeray, with a 20, you would be aware that Orcus is a demon lord.
A cult of Orcus. Sent people after us. Ah,
In particular, he is known as the Demon Prince of Undeath,
ugh.
Blood Lord.
Oh, he's a demon prince of undeath, and they call him the Blood Lord. Was it?
Well, that is not good. I assume that this has something to do with the whole plot we foiled. Seems we might have some loose ends to clean up.
Oh, like the whole big cultists around the swords thing.
Well, yeah, or even like they could have been associated with Ordremark to begin with, possibly.
Right.
You think that's why his name's?
Servants of Popoli, maybe.
Oh my God! What if they all have names that start with O-R? How weird and confusing would that be?
Orville Redenbacher.
I don't know.
Terrible. Whoever starts.
Can I investigate some of these bodies? Figure if they turn back to their regular forms.
Oh yeah, was that like magical
Yeah.
disguise, changeling? What we got?
Yeah, it was a it was just basic hat of disguise on most of them.
Okay.
Yeah, free hat to this
And I
guy.
say, ooh, free hat.
You get some free hats.
We gotta like put them in like a bag in the sun, otherwise I might have lice. Or please.
Okay. Possibly important question, or maybe I'm just being too emotional at the moment. But Daru's like in that permanent bargaining phase at the moment, and if he sees this going on, like the people he wants to go back to be alive with, even temporarily, like being attacked and assaulted, he's definitely gonna probably cast his own wish as soon as he can, and as soon as he's like planned properly for it, for the stipulations that I sent you in that telegram message.
Ooh.
I'm more.
Okay, good.
We'll
Cool.
get-
Just wanted to put that out there.
Cricket does work with everyone to use sending to get in touch with the actual loved ones and make sure that they are like unharmed and nearby. Including
Everyone
RV.
else-
Like, are you actually here? Did you actually come home? Who have I been talking to this past couple weeks?
Yeah, RV was just in the shower, like down the hall.
Okay, cool.
So essentially, all of this happened several days before the planned ritual time. So you're all able to kind of gather up and start discussing what occurred as you make preparations to finally go about this, enact the ritual.
Okay, now you say several days before their plans.
I assume that your plans are coinciding with one another.
Okay,
We're
that
working
that
with
makes sense. But Daru is also probably spending a lot more time at this pond than is healthy, watching all of this, and has been ready to pull the trigger for like a week now, probably. But like every time he sees, his very his very capable level 20 party like fighting off these would-be assassins, he's like, okay, maybe I don't need to blow a wish right now. I'll wait.
But yeah, it's kind of up to you guys if you want to do anything else or just jump right into the ritual.
Oh boy. All right. Do we maybe want to try to figure out if they are going to hamper us during the ritual, or if this was just revenge for stopping the plot in Rush Valley? Do we want to do some divination? Is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I don't know. We should be able to do something. Maybe I don't know anyone who can speak with the dead.
I can actually, but I can't force them to tell the truth.
Simmons can do that.
We can give it a shot. Yeah, I heard a trick once that they did this to some pirate fish shark dude. Simmons, can you give us the zone of truth?
Yeah.
All right, we'll see if this works. And I'm gonna drag the body of the assault or the cultist that attacked Tough into the zone of truth, and I will cast Speak with Dead.
I love in this backwards, but also it has no details.
Right, it's real good.
Boxes checked.
All right,
Oh,
you
do I need to have that checked? It just fills up so much of the screen.
don't have to. It's either or. I know how it works. used on me excessively, one might say.
I'm so sorry.
So you cast spells, and you're able to ask your questions.
What have we done to earn your ire?
To hell.
Is this something that we did in Rush Valley?
Of course.
Were you working with the demon that was responsible for corrupting Trafixlon?
I do not know.
Do you intend to harm anyone other than the 7 of us?
I can't do anything now.
I worded that poorly.
Is there another question?
Yes, we still have 2, I think.
What's the name of the person who sent you to do this?
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. Who do you answer to? Who gives you orders?
My Lord Orcus.
Oh, that's not good. That's the big man.
That's why person. That way, there's maybe someone giving the orders on behalf of Orcus.
We could ask if there's a middleman, yeah.
I don't know how many questions we got left.
We got one left. But we also potentially have more corpses that we could bring in and question.
Yeah. We have to be specific with these questions, mind you. They like to be slippery.
I do. With that said, we've got about 20 seconds left on the spell. Oh, wait, it's 10 minutes. Okay, we still have plenty of time. Yep, just kidding.
That was already 5.
Oh, okay, just kidding. All right,
Another body.
let's go. Yeah, grab one of the other assassins. All right, maybe let's plan this out before I cast it. Who's got questions?
Name of the person who sent you on your mission.
Right.
The location of your most important strategic element.
I like.
I like it. That's good. Maybe ask. Do you intend to interfere with this ritual to bring Darush Commit back?
Yeah.
Also ask, why are you so obsessed with us?
Good reference.
Christ. Top tier.
Thanks, man.
Maybe. Is there a way for us to undo whatever we've done to piss you off so much?
Lock in on the questions.
Got one more.
Write them down.
Yeah, I got them written down, but we got one more left. We can also just play that last one by ear so that we don't lose Zone of Truth time.
How many members are there in your group
I dig it.
specifically?
Alright, then I will drag the next body in and cast Speak with Dead again. Take off mana.
All right.
Hello, what's the name of the person who sent you on this mission?
Orcus.
What is your name? What is your quest?
What? Orcus ain't a person. He's a god.
Sorry.
He's a person. Person's flexible. What is the location of the most important strategic resource to your cult?
I refuse to answer that.
Should have seen that one coming.
Deliberate lie. Oh, you know what? That's... Do you intend to interfere with this ritual that we're going to perform to bring Darush Commit back?
No.
Should you be more specific? Because he can't interfere with it because he's dead.
Yeah, I should have done like does your group. Okay. Is there any way for us to undo whatever we've done to piss off Orcus and his minions.
Perhaps.
I pull back to the rest of the group. I kind of feel like we should ask what that is, like what we could do to make this right.
He's gonna tell us to die.
He's a demon lord, right? I
I
don't
think I think they would just want more blood. He's the blood demon, right?
That's fair. We could ask if there's any way to do it that wouldn't result in death or suffering. I
We're
suspect-
not talking about fully rational creatures.
Yeah, legit. So the alternative is just asking how many are in the guild or in their cult. You can still pull the trigger on that one if it sounds better.
We have
Ask
a
him
few
where
more
the
buddies.
nearest entrance to the hells are.
Oh shit! I still have that hellstone on me. that might be it. Oh yeah, we never did find out what the fuck they were digging for all that hellstone for. Should we? Oh fuck! Shit!
To fuel the scooters, the drill scooters, which I need a bunch of for the Warren.
Oh, that's not good.
Suck blood out of kobolds and other people. It's probably not good.
Yeah, it's fine. I was fine.
There have been several weird encounters with demons for no reason.
Shit.
Whole other plot line that we completely forgot.
Yeah, I think I started associating it with Nox because of his weird hockey stick, and then like thought nothing of it. But shit.
Yeah, we sort of ignored it because the demon DLC wasn't out at the time.
All right. How many members are in your cult?
It's-
Oh, god damn it. That's not a good answer. And I'm guessing they're all demons.
Well, if they're like this guy, I imagine. If they're all demons, then I think thousands of them. Did you say thousands or hundreds?
Thousands.
Yeah. Thanks for reiterating. Good night.
Oh, you
Yeah.
ruined it.
If he had thousands of demons at his beck and call, I think he would have been fine with the excursion.
Yeah, it could also be that they just have
Okay.
trouble getting here. This is probably related to all those crystals, these things. And he pulls out one of these tiny little hellstones from his bag of holding. You think that's what they were digging for, is try to find a way in?
They do, and
Maybe.
maybe we should get back to that cave and stop them. But we
Yeah.
need
Yeah.
Daru.
We do need Daru for
Let me see
sure.
what it tastes like. Let me lick your stone.
You need me.
Alright, but real quick.
Tastes like sulfur and brimstone.
Gross. Rotten eggs. Okay. No, I agree with you, Thack. I think we need Darush commit back for this, because he's really good at getting rid of demons. And also, they said they weren't going to interfere with this ritual, so I think it's safe to do it, and I think we should maybe
He
continue
said
with
he
it.
wasn't, and he was dead.
That's true. Well, we might have to take our chances.
I don't trust nothing he says, even with his own truth.
That's legit. Alright, well, I am going to send sendings to anyone that you guys want to tell them what has happened and that they should be careful. If anybody
Sendings
needs
to
shelter, they're welcome to stay here in Daybreak. It's well guarded.
Oh no, someone literally broke in here looking like your dad.
I have to assume that this happened like somewhere outside of the guild security, like out in the courtyard or something.
It was fully inside.
I hate that. I hate that a lot.
They're very good at this, Bug.
Well, it's probably still safer for them to be here than anywhere else, maybe? I don't know. You guys follow your own hearts. The offer's out there. I'm not going to force anything.
We need something more guarded, right?
A temple, maybe?
Well, I can't think of any place more guarded than your guild hall. If you just tell them to keep, adventurers actually looking around.
Right.
And like, keep an eye out on people with magic hats.
Yep, I will definitely, warn, fill in everybody here at the guild about what's happened. I'll show them the Hellstone. I'll tell them what we know about the mining expedition that we found, and, give them signs of things to watch out for.
Other than that, we should probably tell Princess Altus. Because, this is something big, right? This is a demon incursion.
It sure is. Back when you were still in Bible school, did they ever tell you that if you're doing the right thing, you'll make opposition from evil?
What?
I don't know. That just sounds like something I would have been taught a lot if I grew up in a biblical place.
If I do a good thing, bad people want to hurt me?
Yeah, exactly. It means you're doing the right thing.
I think people want to hurt me even if I'm doing the wrong thing.
No, I don't think so. I hope not, anyway. Either way, what I'm getting at is I think that this is sometimes the price of doing the right things.
They're kind of demons, so ooh, yeah, maybe we'll stay here. I mean, who's running the fort, the keep, whatever's here?
That's Kobold. Fuck, what is his name? What is his name?
Not the guild.
Piddlewick.
The
Piddlewick.
guild.
Fiddlewicks.
Not the guild. Rush Valley's.
Oh! Oh yeah, who is currently in charge of Rush Valley? Did Elbert take over? Because that's what I would push for.
That's why I thought like Altus
Yeah.
was in charge.
They've instated some of their own guards as the kind of primary ruling order here.
Excellent. I definitely support that.
Right.
It's
Let
all-
me just.
Temporary until they get control and kind of can reinstate some proper like diplomatic powers.
Right.
Hmm.
Get some democracy installed up in here.
Yeah.
But at least for the time being, they've kind of instated some martial law just to deal with some of the tensions and overall like kind of chaos of it, which in and of itself creates its own tensions, but they're doing their best. Point is, Elber and the Crown have kind of rearrested control of Rush Valley.
All right. I dig it. That's good. That means they have some form of authority there, at least.
At some point, can I have a bake sale to alleviate some tension?
So Cole definitely would have helped with that a lot. But yeah, probably a couple of months in, he just fucking bails on him. So maybe going back to Elber is not a great idea for him.
Yeah. I don't think maybe like sending them to Elver, but whoever's running Rush Valley, right? They have defensible walls in that guild. And it's kind of protected, and it's the closest if
Do
we're gonna
they
move
do they have walls? Didn't we run a train through it?
the outer walls of the city. Yeah, but the actual fort itself was untouched, basically, right?
Yeah, and we've had time to rebuild too. There's been several months that have passed.
I picked up spells specifically for rebuilding
Yeah,
villages.
like we're a party
You-
of 7 level 20 characters. We can help rebuild the city to some degree.
Learn Meteor Swarm. Nope, we're gonna pick a 6th level move earth spell.
Hell yeah. I have true polymorph, so I can turn into a giant and help build things.
I have the Iron Giant. Well, Titan.
Don't even need to do that anymore.
He's giving off orders, and that's all he can do.
Order is important.
I can turn you into a giant if you want.
Cole
Giant
has
on
some
its own.
Maybe later.
See what Cole got. See what everyone
I'm so
got.
excited to see what Cole's is, yeah. I really like mine too, but I gotta keep it a secret.
All right. Okay. A little time passes. You guys are able to contact your families, and none of them seem to be harassed. And they're all able to start kind of moving to some safer locations. And then the night comes. You guys are able to begin your dark sacrament.
Alright, here we go.
You draw out the pentagrams, light the candles.
So it's gotta be.
Secretly, I
Produce-
think that these candles were all just alive from patches, but I do it anyway just to be safe.
I bought a bunch of cabbages. I think that might help.
Good.
Drew would want to know what kind of cabbages.
Gentle ones.
Appa.
And you guys are able to begin casting the ritual. Cricket or Daru, one of you choose to cast the spell.
This is a purely meta decision. Cricket is very willing to do it, but if Daru beats me to
is
it, I'll be
which,
happy.
Which spell are we talking about? Wish.
Wish, yeah.
Yeah, Daru's doing it.
Bless you.
100%.
Generally,
You
100.
you've seen some factoids about this decision. Personally, you said D100. Can I guidance this?
No.
Okay.
Good luck.
Raz is also nervous. If you can hear him.
And
Poor buddy.
This is always such a
Here we go.
nerve-wracking roll.
Whew.
Oh
it's
no!
all right.
It's at least double digits.
You lose wish forever.
Oh no.
However, the spell goes off.
Oh.
And I need at least 3 of you, but more of you can contribute if you wish, to provide some kind of an offering. This does not have to be a physical thing, just something that connects you to Daru in some way.
I think Cole has to go first, right? That's
Like, what kind of what are we thinking of here? I mean,
It can be literally anything that you feel would call upon Daru's spirit. For instance, Thackeray brought a bunch of cabbage, which
Share
is
your
that-
energy with me.
Would
I'm gonna do a spirit bomb.
would Cricket know to explain that, like, it can also be kind of metaphysical things, like a big promise or like a prayer or something? Okay. He would also
Sacrifice the bathtub.
He would also like explain that you could sacrifice a sense, you could take on some soul damage. Like, these are all options.
I don't know if Jade read it because it was in the chat, but Zach compiled a Rasavir cookbook, and put Daru's name in it as a co-author. And it's got a foreword mentioning him. He's gonna bring that in the fucking cabbages.
Bizarre Tale also wrote some
Yeah.
books about me, I think, right?
I'll probably pick one of those up if it's got your name in it.
Hell yeah.
so okay. So Cole's definitely showing up to this half drunk. But both he as a character and me as a player don't fully understand how you guys do wish. But Cole will throw anything onto that pile that he needs to. It doesn't matter. Like, he's ready to like cut an arm off or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, whatever.
Don't do that.
If so, the greater the sacrifice, the more likely it is to work successfully. And one of the greatest things that you could sacrifice is a portion of soul damage. It could be the use of one of your arms. It could be the use of your ears, your ability to speak. There's no way to know if we've given enough or not enough ahead of time. We kind of just have to put in our bets and see what happens.
Wish I would have had a little time to think about this.
I mean, in
I-
character, we've had
Yeah.
weeks to think about it. So, like, if you need time out of character,
You've probably had literal months to think about this, and I hope Daru has too, because he's also gonna try to cast wish on his end and hope it helps somehow, and willing to give up a few senses or another.
yeah. So, if we need time to think, like, out of character, I think that's reasonable. Cricket has definitely explained this process.
Yeah, I would. Well, that's what I mean. Out of character. Like, I can't
Right.
get anything off the dome here.
Also, to clarify, you don't have to sacrifice a limb or anything like that. That is not going to help the situation at all.
Cole's like, I'll fucking do it, man.
Listen to him, he likes to cut himself.
Right now.
Just kind of, if you have anything of Daru's or that was a particularly fond memory that you wish to share, that would something that kind of connected Cole and Daru together.
Okay.
I would like to point out that I very admittedly, in character, in voice, gave Cole that like that Rossavirian lucky coin pendant
Right.
that Daru started out with before he died.
Mhm.
That's gonna help, right?
This is gonna help. Uh, fuck, I'd almost rather come up an arm than do this, but Cole is as far as himself. He's gonna kind of adjust the ring on his finger a little bit, and then open he's got it like all wrapped up in cloth. It's definitely rusted over, but he's left Sirocco at Daru's grave since he died. And this is almost as much of like taking a physical part of him as he can, without actually cutting stuff off. But he's gonna lay that on the I don't know what we got, like a sacrifice hole.
Just like a little altar and kind of ritual circle.
I mean, this thing's got a lot of memories in it. Not just of murder, but also of like it represents him defending his family and his caravan as a younger Kenra. Fighting along with this group. It was really the only possession that he had when Durushkim had found him. But it also has a lot of memories of his like happier memories, like dancing and things like that. So this is a big part of him for sure, and it's got a strong attachment to Daru, just because of all the things that they've been through together.
Definitely.
And I lose all my ki forever. Hopefully not. But no, that's gonna go on there.
All right.
Cricket unwraps Darushkimit's hand, which is probably very decayed at this point. He uncurls the fingers just long enough to slip in a marble-clawed foot that is magical, that turns into a tub. He closes the hand back around itself. Places
You
it on the
chopped off
altar.
my whole fucking hand. Hold on.
I
Yeah,
did?
what the fuck?
No, it was just a finger.
Was it just
Yeah,
finger?
this is a pinky finger.
Oh shit. Okay, well then he'll do that. He'll put the
Alright.
he'll put the finger and the claw kind of up on the altar together.
All right. As all the components are placed.
Wait,
Can I
I'm not done
contribute
yet.
to this too?
No, you don't. You cast the spell. That was
Okay.
your contribution.
That's can I guidance or do anything to help further, or
I got
am I
fine.
just desperate?
No, you're
got-
fine.
I got a few things.
Did-
So that kind of takes the cookbook, and he says, Drew, our connection to each other, it wasn't the most vivid. It wasn't a combat thing where I connected with you. It was when we were camping, when we were laughing and sharing stories and talking about our families. Taught me how to cook, and you taught me how to squat. Really helps. He's squatting while he's doing this, putting stuff down. The heels aren't touching the ground. He remembers. I remember all the ingredients. You showed me how to prepare, and I know it's a lot of cabbages. But I know you love cabbages. And he puts out the book from what was his name? Not Farius. It was Bizarre Tales book. Put the book on top of the cookbook. Your story ain't over here, Drew. Just because this book's over. We need you. And sweeten deal. I know you like gems. He puts the 5,000 diamond on top of it.
Oof.
Yeah, wait, was there money involved in this too? Is
It
that a
can-
thing
it
that
can-
we can
it can
do?
definitely help. Yep.
Yeah. So if you
Oh,
want to
fuck.
add stuff, and if you want to say anything as well, helps with the connection.
Oh, you plan to sway me with socialism gone backward.
Yeah,
All of these gifts given directly to the rule, not to divide? You
Boy.
spoiled me.
Before we, all right, everybody stop.
Yes.
Everybody shut up. Doing this one at a time.
Hell yeah. Here we go.
Feck, what did I just fucking say? God damn it! I will end this call. Swear to God. It's better. Simmons.
Okay. Hi, Daru. It's been a
Okay,
lonely
everybody be
year.
quiet. Trey's trying to
And
talk.
Iskar, shut up or I will gut you. We just talked about this, you loudmouth. So now I forget what I was saying, because I hate when people interrupt me, Iskar.
I imagine Drew hears all of this through
You shut up.
whatever.
Let them talk. For
Simmons
fuck's
has.
sake, seriously.
Hey, Iskar, shut up! Simmons is talking. You take your turn.
Okay, anyway, on the past year I've made stuff for everyone, and I made you vodka even though I think it's gross, because I wanted to see if I made it, if it tastes better, but I know you like vodka, so it's not very good, but I tried. Okay, now I'm done.
All right,
I like it.
Cricket.
Early on after meeting you, Darushkamet, Tuff bought me a horn that let me hear music, and the first thing that I heard was you playing a lullaby that I hadn't heard in almost 5 or 6 years. I think that our connection has always been through music, so I did a little digging, and I found an old Rosaviran lullaby, and hopefully it'll be the song that brings you back, or at least one of the first things that you hear on the trip here. And Cricket will try to just play an old Rosaviran lullaby
Excellent.
as best as he can with just synesthesia. Which is a damn shame, because that's a good roll.
I mean, it's a good roll either way.
It's an extremely good roll either way.
I hate to like I hope it's a moment that hits with Drew either way. But can I roll a history for this
Sure.
to see if I'm especially moved? Who's that? Am I being stupid? Nobody's talking.
You-
It's
you
making
can
me
roll.
very nervous.
All right, cool.
All right. So along with the sword, he's just gonna dump, partially out of stupidity because he just doesn't understand how this shit works. He's just gonna dump all that gold that he just got on the into the hole. Just kind of shuffle around a little bit. Well, I don't know what this takes. There was a time when you pulled me back from the grave, so I suppose it is my turn now, yes? I do not think I have been not in a good place for a very long time since you left, and all I really want is for you to come back. This gold, the sword, anything in Elber, none of that really matters. I just need you back. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do, or what else I can do, or say anything eloquently like the others. I just, this is all I have. I will give as much as it takes. If I need to come up there and drag you screaming back to me, I will. But he's gonna kind of like shuffle a little bit and kind of toe one of the coins in, then take a few steps back and squat and watch.
everyone joins the squatting circle.
Okay, well, it didn't. Okay, well, I didn't mean that, but yes, we're doing it now. I'm into it.
We all have squats.
The only connection you had to Daru was connection with squatting. It's really the most memorable thing Daru has left all of you. All right, tough.
The only thing, really? Fuck you.
It was a joke.
Good ass joke.
So this isn't much, but Tuff takes out the Cave of Mont Blanc, places it on the altar, and I don't know much about magic or how it works, but this cave always helped me, you know, get around to places I wanted to go, and maybe like magic, it will help bring you back here. That's all I got.
Puts the cape down and everybody backs off, and Daru casts a spell. You feel all of the magic in your body well up and spell this. The arcane ritual progresses, and all of you watch as the offerings and the sigils in front of you light up. And then you are all suddenly taken to what appears to be a kind of hexagonal room where sitting kind of been placed in seats that are looking forward, and there are 5 kind of podiums that are raised looking down. It's very like the trial in Chrono Trigger.
Ooh.
And at the front podium, you see Daru there, and standing at the 5 podiums are 5 different individuals of varying shapes and appearance, and I shall begin listing them. On the far left is appears to be a very beautiful siren wearing a dress made of kelp, and she is holding a perfectly spherical crystal ball. To the right of her is someone that Daru recognizes as Fiara, a very voluptuous and large woman with soft but kind of indistinct facial features, wearing a long gown. In the center is what appears to be a rabbit, not an anthropomorphic rabbit, just literally a rabbit, though he does have a pair of small deer-like antlers poking out from the top of the head, and his head is also wreathed in sort of a crown of flowers and ivy. And then to his right is somebody who Beck recognizes as a dwarf wearing a breastplate, and bits of lightning and thunder seem to spark off of his armor periodically. And to his right is what appears to be a skeletal figure wearing black robes.
Does that look good, Tamrius?
It does not look like Tamrius. It's much larger. And he is holding a gold scale, one side of which has a heart in it.
And
Cricket kind of like gets his senses, and then it clicks like who these 5 things are, and is immediately like, "Oh shit, I'm in way over my head."
Yeah, like important thing that I should think about. Where's Daru at in this? Is he on like
Daru's in the center of the room.
like the defendant?
Yeah.
Podium.
Yeah.
Oh. Daru looks incredibly nervous and doubtful.
This point, Fiora says, "Oh, goody! It's about time. We haven't done one of these in so long."
Daru looks over to Fiora especially and says, I'm sorry. You hopefully understand at least a little bit where I come from with this. He kind of like pauses and looks around like the full courtroom setting he has around him and says, crime against the gods, perhaps. But
Believe
Daru
that
needs this.
lightly. The skeleton kind of booming voice. What's the point of this? Just send him off to hell where he belongs.
Like
Have I
that
not
one
suffered
story.
enough?
Oh, don't. See? Suffered enough.
I only ask for one more chance. One more lifetime.
Not good enough. You think you're the only one that wants another chance?
What can I do afterwards? Tell me anything. Give me any. It is worth it.
I, for one, refuse to entertain this. It's nonsense. We should at least give him the benefit of the doubt, don't you think? Haven't you provided enough mercy? At this point, Ymira speaks up. You recognize the voice, so you'd never seen her in her actual form before. I, for one, agree that he has suffered more than enough. Isn't that right, goddess of misfortunes? Well, you know, I just look at him and kind of just gestures like you would a hurt puppy.
If all I ask for is only another half life of suffering, is that not enough? Is that less than a sentence than a lost puppy deserves? I just want to live my life and come back.
And how many
I know
others
this is
do you think
selfish.
asked for their life? This is a special case.
That's
You're
why I'm willing to give all I can.
We, as the remnants of Savine, owe it to our final follower to provide at least entertain this. I, for one, think it's ridiculous. He has been judged. He has been given paradise, and yet he wants more. Tell me, what has he done that is so deserving of this second chance?
Is that addressed? Go ahead.
I know my own loss. I recognize it. I realize how selfish I am in even asking for this or anything else. A third chance. But they deserve more than I ever have. Give me just one lifetime to make the world a better place.
3 lifetimes and you failed to make the world a better place every time.
Excuse me, it's only been 2.
3.
3?
Hmm?
Yes.
I know 2 is more than anyone could ask, but I humbly deplore you to explain this third one.
Oh, he's humble, is he? Well, perhaps I can enlighten you. First, you were born and you lived, and then you were killed in the incident. Then you were resurrected.
The incident that I single-handedly caused as a result of my own misleading.
Yes. That's unjustified. He was not entirely at fault. He could have stepped in further, but he did his best. And
Do you think I could have literally made that con save?
eh?
I feel like I have been a pawn this whole time, but I am a rook. I strive for more. I feel lost, unfulfilled, dissatisfied. Maybe just for him, maybe I'm selfish, but I deserve more, and I'm willing to fight you for this. Judicial system or otherwise. I will no longer be just the plaintiff. Shit, hang on. Drew probably knows like court system, like victim. Plaintiff is like the guy that like.
Plaintiff is the accuser.
Yeah, I'm not the plaintiff in this. I'm the victim. I'm the something or other.
All right, we're gonna hold on this for a second. See what everybody else is thinking on this. Cricket.
Okay, I have several questions. First of all, which one of them is primarily opposed to giving him forgiveness? Is that Geras?
Geras. Geras. Ether has also made a statement that he's already been judged.
Okay.
This is a pointless sham of trial.
Sure. Second point, and this is kind of a meta comment. It got interrupted, but I would love to hear where they're getting this third life from, if they can like continue that story before I could do my thing.
Okay, that's. I mean, okay. I'm gonna type it out.
Okay, cool. I feel like in character, Cricket almost just like kind of puts a hand on Drew's shoulder and doesn't try to shush him, but is like, let them speak. We've got your back, but they got to get it out. Killed by Farius. Okay, all right, that makes sense. Okay, cool. Then with my actual hand raise, when I have a moment and it's not interrupting anything, I will look to Ether and to Geras and say, "You are gods of justice, are you not? You're fair. You're equal. I've been told this ever since I set foot in this place. Most of the transgressions that were done in his first life were done outside of his control. He was under the influence of an evil. He lost his first life to that control, and when he came back a second time, he spent his entire returned life trying to make it right. And now he's willing to give up paradise. He's willing to turn down this paradise that has been finally offered to him, this rest that he's earned, to make things even more right. In my opinion, it would be cruel and unfair to punish him for something that was thrust upon him, in which he's so willing to fix himself."
You see, this one gets it. What a load of drivel. Do you think that anyone cares? What about the mother with her stillborn child? Why should she not receive one of these lives that he has wasted and squandered?
If I were a god, perhaps she would, but I know that that is not what is just. I don't know what I would do in your shoes, but I do know that there's a capacity for mercy, and especially if that mercy could lead to saving more lives, leading fewer to an untimely death. There are still dangers that haunt this place, and unfinished business. There are demons of Orcus that still have business and beef with the material plane. There's a loose thread in all of this.
We are aware of this. Yes, and who would I be if I allowed the undead to roam again? It would simply be aiding in his plans by allowing this one to be resurrected for a fourth time. Cool.
Fourth time?
Well, you know, you died a few times.
Do I hear any of this?
Third time.
He explained it right there in the text. But cool.
Yeah, Cole's gonna just like slam his fist on the table, and he's extremely tired of this. This is like, well, you know, I always knew that the gods did not favor me, but I didn't know that most of you were a bunch of smug, self-important bastards. At any point, you could have stepped in and stopped this whole calamity thing and this whole Ammon thing with the guild, but you didn't. At all. Oh yeah, this is probably definitely the stupidest thing we've ever done.
Yeah. Freaking suddenly shifting a few feet away.
Yeah. Instead, you've got the 7 of us who sacrificed so much. I have lost so much, where you have done absolutely nothing. You talk about having a trial. You talk about that he has already been judged. I do not think that is appropriate here. I think that we have done so much for your little world of creation and everything that you would not have had we not been here. And here you are saying, "Oh, he has already been judged. He is a someone who should stay dead. Give him 30 years. What is 30 years to a god? Yes, we're not talking about the full lifetime."
Well then, why don't I explain it to you then? Do any of you even understand how the cycle of souls works?
Cricket does
Vague.
the like the little bit hand signal.
This guy raises his hand and says he's exempt.
There is a constant flow. Souls come in, souls come out. It is always one-to-one. When one soul leaves and enters the afterlife, another soul is brought back and is reincarnated. This is an absolute law. No god, no being can change it. It is always one-to-one. So why don't you tell me what you think happens when one soul is pulled out forcibly?
How? I don't. You tell me. There's been plenty of that happening lately. What with the whole centipedes and everything, and he's gonna gesture vaguely at Cricket, not accusingly, but
It means somebody else dies.
Cricket gets real quiet all of a sudden.
oh well, there's plenty of bastards that we can take out. I've done it before, and I'll do it again. Some people
Don't get
are
to
best.
choose, unfortunately. I don't get to choose either.
Somebody. Oh, go
To
ahead.
maintain the balance. We are the natural cycles. We do not change for anyone. There's no pity. It is a job.
I ask for no pity. Only a mulligan, as it were. You have brought me back before. You have my own personal claim to my soul when my time eventually comes.
I did no such thing.
It does sound like you can do this no problem, so why are you making a big deal about it, yes? You've done it before, you can certainly do it again. And he's gonna kind of cut a glance to the person. Fuck, which one of them was like super for it, like doing the puppy dog looks?
Fiara.
Yeah, like basically this seems like it's something that you can do. So if you're not following your own rules, why follow any rules? Fuck the police. Fuck the system.
As Cole does that, specifically looking to Fiara, Daru's probably going to do a very similar sort of thing and be just like, you have my word, my commitment, the apparently very legal binding of my very mortal soul to this, but I will come back when it is time. All I ask is for one more.
All right. Before we get to that, let's see what does Thack have to say on this.
Just learned that bringing back Daru will kill a random person in the world. And a soul for a soul.
Oh, that's a horrifying thought.
He looks over at everyone and at Cricket, and he pulls out the book that helps people become gods. As if to ask for permission to everyone.
I have to assume we have Rari's up. Is that the case? Although they're going to hear it anyway. They're gods.
Yeah.
Do you intend to give them the book as payment?
Nods. If exchanging one soul for another is the one rule that's constant, then is it the same for gods? If one ascends, another dies?
Oh.
Make an intimidation check.
Holy
Hell yeah.
shit!
Oh man, can I
Get him!
can I assist with this?
Like
Because
Bardic?
I have all but threatened these gods from my tiny little ant.
Shit,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be
Position.
intimidating. I'm just asking a question.
I don't think Thack realizes what he just insinuated, but I
Yeah.
support it
That-
a ton.
They don't
Oh my
deserve it. They're not that bad.
They absolutely deserve it. I see what you're getting at here, Noel.
The Thack's like, wait, I'm not trying to hate nobody. I'm just asking a legit question.
No, it doesn't work quite like that.
Can I help with it at all?
No, please pardon me.
If you don't fix this, then we're gonna send some asshole to God.
Yeah, like out
You
of
know who it's
character.
gonna be? You know who it's gonna be? Some random person in the world is just gonna become a god, motherfucker.
I understand.
Steve.
the Bard.
No.
Yep.
Immediately getting control of Aperture.
Yep.
Yeah.
I know for certain that is not what Thack actually intended, but it definitely came across like
Oh.
it, and I love it.
He's really bad
No.
at talking.
No, Cole is gonna snag that and then roll with it. I don't want to interrupt here,
Evidently, he assists Cole in rolling a 23.
Yeah. but realizing that threatening these people works, he's gonna go real deep into that, and that's a real fucking stupid thing. So let's go. Let's go.
Oh yeah, here's a problem.
They
Please.
did just tell us that's not how it works.
All right.
At this point, Pomir, who has been very quiet, as rabbits are, does finally speak. And you do hear this kind of a young, kind of male voice. It says, I have no stakes in this trial. I will abstain my vote. You four can fight amongst yourselves.
Neutral.
Did you get everything out, Tech, that you wanted to?
Giant Thax is like, what exactly happens when someone becomes a god? Does he take away from the others? He or she?
Is this relevant to the trial?
I promise it is.
Not inherently. It depends on the situation.
Right. The person who owned this book was definitely going to use it to try and become better than the rest of y'all. We took it from them. And perhaps we can trade it in as an additional collateral.
You don't seem to understand the weight of this. I don't give two shits about your material possessions.
Which... Sorry.
I'm afraid he's right. Right, Thackeray. As much as I respect you as a vessel of mine, we cannot allow this. He has already caused much damage by being resurrected as many times as he has, and beyond that, he is, I'm afraid, not changed in those times.
That's because all those times he was resurrected, it didn't want to make a calamity. He didn't want to be brought back and turned into some pawn. He didn't want to come back with one goal in mind. And death comes for all of us. I know that more than anyone. I wouldn't be doing this for nobody else. But maybe this isn't for him. Maybe this is for us. Maybe we deserve to have our friends back after everything we've given. After everything we've sacrificed. After nothing you've helped us with. We asked for one thing.
You ask for a life. It's
Take
not a-
half of mine.
Give me a persuasion roll.
Oh boy.
Can I also give you a persuasion roll? Because of how much I mentioned beforehand that Tech or that Daru was willing to like volunteer for this shit. I also want to cast a spell if I can before combat actually starts.
That's Thack. Very firmly. Take half of mine.
Absolutely not. You'll take a quarter of each of ours.
Even better.
They'll take not a damned thing. They're either these people. They either cannot do it or they will not do it. They already said that they don't get.
Here's the thing. They can do it, but it's gonna kill someone. I'd rather they take half of the years I have.
I mean, if it's gonna kill someone, can't they just pick someone who's
Time
about to
is
die anyway?
no
And can I
longer
talk
a-
without being interrupted, Daru? I
Yeah.
know this is about you, but I've been interrupted so many goddamn times today. Sorry, no offense, gods, but
That's fine.
it's
Go ahead.
annoying. So stop.
I get it.
Dan Simmons.
I'm sorry. I basically, if you can pick to take their lives, couldn't you just pick someone who's evil or about to die anyway and just kill them? It'd be so much easier than all this bullshit.
So what we understand is this god is Daru isn't someone they picked specifically. He's just someone who's dead, and the only reason he's the subject is because we're trying to drag him back. The one who's going to die is someone completely random and out of their control for picking.
Oh, they can't pick it at all. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Then we can't like offer.
Right. We're
Yeah,
probably
but-
making worthless offers.
Yeah, but I'm going to wish that we can. If that's the case.
We should discuss it before we commit to it.
Yeah. How about we not?
That seems
Yeah.
like for a lot a wish in combat, especially. But
But
I
that's
guess
what-
initiative goes. 'cause-
There's been no mention of combat yet. The hand
Combat.
raises are because we have things to say.
When it comes to combat, I'm absolutely going to swim
Yeah.
back to this guy.
So what's the result of my persuasion asking if I can give half my life
Yeah.
for half of Daru?
I, for one, think that's an intriguing proposal. Don't be. That doesn't change the fact that somebody else has to die for this to work. Regardless of that, perhaps they can put those lives to use. We can't interfere with what's occurring, but they can. They are tangled up in that anyways. We're not bringing them into this. Oh, don't be such a stick in the mud. Just look at them. Besides, I think it's probably apt punishment from the goddess of misfortune that they find out what's been happening. Alright, very good.
Looking at Ether, are you not the breaker of chains? Do you not oppose slavery in all of its forms? Darishkimit has spent every one of his 3 lives as a bondservant to someone else. He's never experienced a free life. He has not gotten one full life to live. He's been a slave to some other's machinations or to a revenant goal or to some other purpose. Never has he decided for himself what to do. Doesn't that infuriate you? Doesn't that bring out the storm?
It's an interesting proposal. Why don't you tell me, Daru? Have you been a slave? You made no choice of your own?
In my first life, I was bound by hereditation. I had no purpose other than to protect the king, to serve him. I ultimately failed in this, I will admit. In my second life, I had no further order to than protect him and serve, and I think I did this, as you have now mentioned, a fourth life. My third life was protecting them, and he kind of gestures out toward like the whole rest of the party. And I have never longed or felt for nothing more. And with what breath I have left in my body, you will not hurt them. And I'll go into what I don't know if we have like a map up right now, but I'll move into a defensive position and
So
They're gods. You die
Yeah,
if you fight them.
yeah. Also,
I don't
I
care.
also I can tell that you're like a little sleepy. There's no combat happening. Like there are no signs that combat is happening.
I don't give a shit.
Okay,
This is all
I don't
on
want
a matter
you-
of principle at the moment.
okay. I want you to get Daru dead because you're tired.
Daru's already dead. It's fine.
You're dead.
To be clear,
I'm-
like,
I mean, I'm commit. Shut up.
excuse me?
Shut up. I'm committing to it as soon as I can figure out where like my fucking.
Are you drunk?
No, I'm very tired and I'm confused at how like my zoom wheel is interacting right now with my character sheet. I want to cast a 6th level spell, but I don't know where that's at the moment. It's just gone.
We're gonna find out what Cole and Iskar are doing, and then we're gonna pause the session and pick up next week.
I think that's a good idea.
Holy Cole.
All right, Cole, what are you doing?
I'm gonna wait. Honestly, I think putting that towards next session.
Okay. I'm
Hey,
honestly.
hey, Philo, he
I'm
was
very
talking. Philo, he was talking.
Yeah.
Adam.
Yeah. So with like to be clear, when we're talking about kicking a god's ass, we're not talking about drawing here right now and then going after them.
Right.
If there's,
Are we not?
there's
That was kind of Daru's plan, at least.
then do whatever's good. But I think this should wait.
Final thing, Iskar.
Oh. So, if I might chime in for a second, I actually represent a tribe of people whose population will soon explode, and who currently has no spiritual leader or no divine entity backing us or being supported by us. The fates of thousands of prayers in the future are being sort of swung in the balance, and who knows who shall get them. I expect I might have gone with a god of justice. It seems like a good thing to do, and it seems appropriate for the theme of the founding of our tribe. However, I see no god of justice here, which is too bad.
Is this one insulting us or trying to start a cult?
No, I'm trying to bribe. God damn it.
Yes, a bribe through starting a cult.
I thought these were ancient Rosavirian gods that were really starving for worshippers.
No, these are Siberian gods. They were from Savine. He's dead now. He's split into these,
Oh.
and they're currently fine. Very powerful gods who are currently very well worshipped.
Mostly I'm just trying to sting him like I don't think he's very just.
Right.
Also, it's a bribe.
I think Iskar's trying to say that his people will worship you more. If you let this happen.
Well, we'll take a brief recess and come back to this.
Okay, y'all like snacks?
He's a wonderful cook. You'll love these.
I made some snacks.
You wouldn't believe these muffins. It's got great
sorry.
cake too.
Everyone's real tired, and this is the first time we've done. Well, first time I've done this. I don't know how many times anyone else has done this.
Talking to gods isn't that hard. You just kind of do it.
Now it is. Well, since you're a special case.
I'm
Definitely
only
a first.
special because I view myself that way. If everyone viewed themselves the way I view me, then it'd be normal. But anyway, recess time.
Back wheels out the snacks.
Cricket.
Do we get? Oh gosh.
Pick up next week.
Cricket has been doing that monkey wanting to not say anything, looking suspicious meme since it was mentioned that it takes a life to bring one back. Didn't know that was part of the deal. That's... Ooh.
Even offering like they can't really choose you as a soul for it too. So you can't like sacrifice half of your soul for them to get half a life.
It sounds like it, yeah.
Like, yeah, immediately Thak's like, oh no.
Oh no.
Well, I can't kill a random person now. Yeah, sure, it could be a bad person, but there's a lot of good people in the world too. What if it's my mom?
During the recess, real quick, can I go to Fiora because she seems really friendly out of all of them and be like, hey, does that apply to clone, or is that different?
Well, the soul doesn't leave with clone.
Yes, clone that doesn't apply to, as its mortals have found a way to kind of trick the system, since the soul never actually leaves the material plane. It doesn't contribute to the flow.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Cole's gonna raise his hand.
Yes,
I have a follow-up question.
of course.
In Kindra lore, we are one soul that inhabits two bodies. If there are twins, so what if one twin dies and then comes back, but is a ghost that is attached to your friend?
Boy, that's just a real complicated situation. You two are definitely two separate souls, even though you share a close bond. But yeah, I don't know. He's definitely passed on, so he's contributed to the cycle. It's just that instead of moving on to whatever paradise or other plane of existence he would normally go to, he's decided to wait kind of here on the material plane. That's kind of what the ethereal plane is for.
Aww.
Those who don't really have a place outside of their home, really, and they choose to stay here. Eventually, they'll reincarnate after a certain amount of time, or whenever they are willing, and there's time and room.
Well, you seem alright. I mean, religion is still kind of stupid, and then gods are kind of screwing me over a lot, but you seem alright. I think that if I was a cleric, I would
Thanks.
probably be a cleric of you. I don't really understand how things are going on.
I know that Garrus made it sound real awful, but whenever, for you, when Alana came back and just gestures at Cricket, it could have been like a baby and a mother and her stillborn, but it also could have just as easily been a murderer. What I'm saying is you don't have to feel that bad about it, because you'll just never know. And
Oh
it's
my
better
god.
just be kind of positive about it.
Like I said, somebody shows up to Cole's doorstep with a button that gives him 1,000,000 gold, and he presses it before they finish the speech.
But
Forgive.
gives you I mean, someone dies randomly, but
Oh, and he presses
Oh,
it
okay.
again.
sorry, you can only push him. Oh, stop pushing! It's their flurry of blows. Okay.
Meanwhile, Cricket starts having nightmares about stillborn babies and grieving mothers for the rest of his life.
Oh. Okay, but what if your dad made a deal with a fairy to rip your soul in two, and it's in two different bodies, but you feel like you have a whole soul, and they said you could put you together, but you don't want to. So what happens when he dies? Do I die too, or does it come to me and then I get the whole soul back? And then like when we go to the afterlife, are we both there? Do we have to share the same soul and it's weird?
Well, you see, splitting apart a soul is something that we're really not supposed to do. It's
Oh,
very detrimental in the long run. You're probably gonna have a real rough time when you die.
okay. Cricket, I can't die. I need you to make me like 10 more clones.
I'll make you some clones, don't worry.
You
Okay,
know what?
thank you.
Actually, I have some extra soul in here that I need to get rid of. Can we do that? Can we do something with that? Can we get rid of bacteria? I don't need this in my life anymore.
So I look over to Gears, but not too many clones. We wouldn't want to cheat death or anything. We just elves live for 800 or 900 years, so we just want to do that, and then we'll go peacefully into that good night.
That's
course.
fair.
I doubt it.
Right. Yeah. No, we're definitely not. No cheating death here. No.
We're just loopholing death.
I love everyone's like response to this. Fact, how about we have my lifespan for him?
Yeah. For the record,
Everyone, I'm gonna live 800 more years.
for the record, you fuck right off with that shit. You're not allowed to die early.
We don't really have. Here's the thing about that. Like, we live a dangerous life.
We certainly do, and you're going to live every drop of it.
You're just making your clones more frequent, dude. You have to do one like
I
every 10 years.
Want to be
instead.
cloned. I kind of just want to live my life.
I think that everyone came here with the understanding that we might have to pay a price for this, and I understand that. Let's just make sure we share that price evenly. That we know what we're getting ourselves into.
I've given 5,000 gold, a bunch of cabbages, 2 books.
At this point, I don't think the price is really even what we're haggling. It's the ethics, the morality, the capability of this issue. I think we need to persuade them that it's in their best interest, not that, we have payment for them.
I know, but also, I don't want to kill a random person. Someone's baby. Didn't do nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a moral thing. Like, I mean, that, like if it's a random person who dies for a random reason, like,
What if it's my mom?
Well, I mean, besides that, it's like, was that their time anyway? Like, that's the deal. If
Well-
it's just like a rando person just flops over, I mean, well, maybe it's that time anyway.
We were attacked by monsters all the time. They probably would have died from, like, a rock attack or something.
This is utilitarianism, and you don't have to agree with it if you don't want to. But it is certainly possible that by bringing Darushkin back, we will be saving lives or improving the lives that are already here.
The only reason I'm still in on this, because Daru's powerful, right? And we love him. And we kind of need a win,
Yeah.
I mean, from a utilitarian point of view, like 100%. I don't want to leave. Cole will come up there and kick your ass off the table.
Right.
Yeah.
No, obviously, like I'm like in this current position. No, one of them will like crack off a fart, and then we'll all explode 3 times.
Yeah.
3 times. Yeah. But that's not. He'll try to find a way. Apparently, we're doing it with like we're bringing gods back. Severe died once.
Yeah.
He doesn't know how, but he'll find a way if he needs to.
In the recess as well.
So we have
Just-
Sorry,
I'll go ahead.
go first.
During the recess, probably Zach also like profusely apologizes for the misunderstanding. Like, I wasn't threatening you, I promise. Do that. I just wanted to know a few things more.
They can all peek into your soul and see that there's not a single malicious bone in your body.
Start crying like, ah.
Oh no!
Neo, do you still have your hand raised, or did you?
Oh no, I'm done.
Oh,
Question.
I just now noticed it, and I didn't want to like.
Nope, you're good.
We're actually done though. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good question though. What happens? Do you think maybe we should combine you and
No, 'cause
other
he'll-
Sims
he'll
before?
he'll want the rat tail.
I mean, but before y'all die and all that, like when it's time,